All right. Here we go. Let's do some development, I guess. Right, now you should be seeing my mug in the corner. Yes. And the editor up there. Okay. Well, it looks like right at least. Is my face going to be behind the logo? That doesn't really matter to me. Okay. So, in the top right corner, you won't be seeing anything. Uh, it should say, welcome to Spellkit, like it does here, but it doesn't show a background in the preview thing that I've set up. So I think we're going to just change that first. Let's see, how much of a delay is there on the stream? Okay, a bit of delay. So you won't see what I'm doing until a while after I've done it. Let's start out with going here and make sure we have like a background color for the whole page. What should we go with here? Let me have a look at the background color thing. Background color. There we go. Just want something that's off-white, that's pretty neutral. Should that be it? Stone is a bit softer. Brownish. Zinc? I'm just looking at colors. How does neutral look? Well, it's pretty neutral. um, let's go with the neutral. 200, I think. Oh. Does that make it show up? Do I even have it running? Looks like it. Now I think there's going to be something up here. There we go. And you'll be seeing it very soon. Okay, now it shows up in the preview, stream preview for me. All right, let's just put this on silent. Right. So what we're going to do here is we're going to make a character builder for Drawsteel. And as I've mentioned in the Discord, where I also announced the stream, is that it's basically nothing at this point. What I have done is I've gone through the rules and copied a lot of the stuff from the rules over to a database, a local database that I have, so that I can look it up in the database. And that's about it. So what we're going to have to do first is kind of figure out how this should work. And I have an idea for how I want this to work. Is it a good idea? Only time will tell. But what I'm imagining is it's the character building steps of Drawsteel are in the in the rules. There are, I think, 10 steps to how to create a character. Yeah. So in the rules, it's think, ancestry, culture, career, class, kit, add free strikes, complication, determine details, and make connections. Some of these are Some of these are like number one, think. It just says the first thing you should do is think about the kind of hero you want to make. Ask yourself the following questions, and then there's like six, seven, eight, 7 questions that you should ask yourself before starting creating a character. And some of these are more mechanical, like number 2, ancestry. Choose an ancestry from one of the ancestries. So what I'm thinking is, I want it to be like a 10-point list. Oh, can you see this? Yeah. A 10-point list where it just lists thing, ancestry, blah, 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 blah. And then you click on it and it expands and it shows you the thing you have to do at that step of the hero creation process. So I even want to include number 1 thing and just include the text that it says right there. Just to kind of guide you through the same character creation process that they recommend in the rules. And that's basically how far I've gotten. Yeah. I do now realize I should maybe have put in... You know, I'm just going to copy this text over, I think. I don't really like that idea, actually. All right. You know what? I'm gonna add I'm gonna add these steps to the database as a add creation steps. I'm gonna let that do its thing. There we go. Then we're gonna... Oh, that's interesting. Okay. That's just me switching windows. All right. Uh, let's open up... No, 4. Oh, 4. And we're gonna create table. Let's see how this looks. You want this to be integer. We want these to be the columns that we have. Here we go. And we're going to call this name, text not null, and then some text, sure. We're also going to need this part, which automatically updates the updated at field column whenever I update something. Let's see, this part should be different creation steps. There we go. Yeah, I think that's good. Oh, wait, maybe we should add like a well, order. We'll call it order. And that's going to be an int. So that'll say which step. Step, that's a better name. This will tell which step of the process this specific step is in. So if we want to change them up later, it doesn't... We have something to order them by. All right. I think that's good. What we're going to do, we're going to apply that to the local database, like so. And then comes the interesting part where I or add the information to the database. Well, what we're going to do is, oh, sorry about the flying windows again. What we're going to do is, we're going to go, it's called something database. Yeah, here we go. This is the database. We called it creation steps. Where are you? There we go. Creation steps. Let's add the first one. Step 1. Think. And here the text, and we should put the text. But what we're going to do is I'm going to paste it in here. Move to bottom. Now we're going to have to clean up the text a bit because the line breaks from the PDF carries over. So we just need to make these. Oh, this window always behaves strangely. Let's see. Here we go. Okay, so now we've got all the correct line breaks. Now we're going to go over here and change these to dashes. And that looks good. Okay. Then we're going to push that database. There we go. Step 1 is in the database. Next part is kind of figuring out where. I don't want to put the character creator at the root. I just kind of imagine that I want a landing page first, and then I can redirect people maybe, or like have a link and click here for the character creator. But I don't know what. We'll just call this character, I guess. I'll just have to rename this later if I want to. All right, so we're going to have a page here. I'm going to do a server load page. I'm using a framework called SvelteKit to build this. If you're not familiar, I'm not going to explain it. Create character. There we go. And I think the first thing we need to do is get the steps from the database. And I got this. We can remove this for now. Oh. We'll do. Should I write them like that though? Get creation steps. And we'll return db.prepare. Yeah, that's basically it. And we're gonna order by step. We're gonna get all of them, but we're also gonna make a type to represent them. So we'll do export. Come on, type creation step. ID number, step title, description, almost correct. This is name and this is just text. I've become really fond of just calling text columns text because they contain text. And usually there's only like, this is the text part of the thing. Instead of coming up with just calling it description or like all manners of different kinds of words that just means text. We're going to do all, and we're going to cast them to, nope, creation step. And we're actually just gonna await this immediately, like so, and get the results. This is gonna complain, so we... Oh, it doesn't suggest... Oh, okay. Have to do manually then. There we go. And then we can go here and get that store from locals. Store. That's not how you write store. That's how you do it. And then we can say steps equals await store get creation steps. There we go. And we'll include them in the response like so. We're missing a comma. And then we need a page to display all this. Page, one of those. Let's just put this in one of these. Make this an H1. And then say that this is prose, because that adds some nice typography formatting. And now, let's see, do I have... No. But I can do... Just gonna prepare a preview for myself here. Yep. Okay. We created this at the character. All right. Now, for you to see this, we need to change this to this. There we go. Hey. Look at our nice heading. um, maybe we should add like another creation step just to have something to compare it. I think that was ancestry. Just gonna copy a bit of text from the rules. Oh, you can see the... I'm doing something in another window, but the mouse cursor still shows. There we go. So if we now go back here, we'll just do like simple... We'll just render out the different steps to make sure that they work. That step. And we'll do like just like a P with step. And we'll say name. Think. Well, that is correct. But there should be 2. Should there not? There is 2 here. Well, this is interesting. Stuff's not working immediately. Why is it only... Ah, there. Let's see what it... Okay. Oh, okay, okay. It's just a cached result. Can I make it a refresh for you? Or maybe I should just give you the browser window that I'm looking at. It's probably a better solution, to be honest. Let's do this. I'm going to do this live because I don't know how to refresh. Can I do like a simple... Can I make it refresh here? It's probably fine. It's probably fine. I'll just leave like this for now. All right. So it's rendering the thing. That's good. We should probably make this fit a bit better on the screen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to head over to a page that I have access to where I can get some just visual components. I'm just going to copy over some of those. We're looking for a container, lists, forms, overlay, elements, layout. We're going to have a container. Let's see, full width on mobile, constrained with padded content above. I think I want this constrained with padded content. Yes, there's still a bit of spacing on phone, on narrow screens rather. We're going to copy that, and we're going to go back here. We're just going to put this in a component immediately. So I usually keep those in a directory called components. And then we're going to call it what are we going to call it? It's just like it is a container, but I feel that's a bad name. Maybe we should just call it a section, because then you can wrap it around individual sections, but you are still able to not use it and break out of the default kind of padding thing. I think that's a good thing. We'll call it a section. Just gonna, that's not what we're gonna paste. This is what we're pasting. I'm gonna put slot. This is where slot means this is where the content goes. We put inside of this. Oh, sorry. I think I got a piece of my beard in my mouth. Um, yeah, that's all we need that for. And we're gonna put this in a section. And we're gonna put this in a section. I'm looking at the background now, and I think it's a bit too gray. So we're going to go to index? No. App.html. There we go. I'm going to make this 100 instead. Yeah, I think that's better. Doesn't look as dour now. Okay, so that's going to center the content of the page in the middle. And oh man, there we go. Whew, okay, I got it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to make this, save my progress, migrate, add creation steps. Do here. So I'm just making, just saving the progress that I made so far in small increments and small changes, so that if I want to go back later and maybe undo something, or if I want to do it, and just if I just wanted to like, I want to do the background color change, I can just undo that one, and I can see all the versions or all the different background colors that I've used over time. Add. I'm just going to go to section. Okay. We're gonna need some padding at the top here at some point, and maybe a bit of spacing between these. All that's gonna come at some point, but not really necessary at the moment. So what we want to do is make these a bit more interesting than just the text. And I'm wondering whether or not they probably could just be, they're just going to be expandable thingamajigs. They could. I'm thinking there is like a built-in thing in the browser that lets you do it like expandable sections. They're called accordions. Um, but that might be limiting because it might have too much like stuff built in, so I can't control how it looks in to a degree that I'm comfortable with. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna add a component with, which is a card, it's called. And it's gonna have a header and a footer. I'm going to go to the component thingy and get one of those. I'm going to add another component in here. And we're going to call this, should we just call it a card? That would make a lot of sense. Or maybe, wait, do I want one with a footer? No, I don't think so. Well, I'll just add this one, and I can maybe add some some customization options later. All right. Does this? Okay. Well, yeah. Let's see. So we got a header up here, then the main section of the thing, and then the bottom section. And this is where the main content goes, so we call this slot. And this will also have slot, but it should have a, just called name? Feels right. Call that header. I think that's how it works. Let me look that up, because it's been a while since I used one of these uh, slot name. And then you just define a slot header. Okay, yeah. That is how it works. We're also going to add a bit of code to this. And it's going to be TS. No. That's not what we want at all. That's what we want. And, well, wait. Do we actually need? No. No, we do not. So we're just going to go slot and add a name to this and call this footer. But we're also going to check if, and this is called, it's called slots dot footer. So we'll only include that if we actually define a footer. And we're going to do the same thing for the header. Not really sure if this is going to look fine when we start if we skip any of those, but we'll just see how it looks and tweak stuff later. Okay, let's go back to this. And we'll put in some cards here instead. So we'll do card. And we'll do like a header. We'll just put that in a div for now. This is going to go in the slot called header. We'll do an H2, that's fine. But it's not called title, it's called name. Then we'll do like the main part. Sure. That's not called description, that's called text. And we'll save that and have a look. Okay. That's not too bad. It's a bit wide. Kinda debating. Wait, when this no, because that's just right. If we go here and add that this should be prose. Yep, that beefs them up a bit. And we'll put this in an article tag, like so. And we'll add a class thing, prose. Well, that makes it look better. Interesting. Well, there's one thing we should do, which is, as you can see, the think section, these dashes, they should be bullet points, but they're not. And that's because they're just being output like plain text. No formatting applied, really. And that's because it's in Markdown, so we should render that Markdown. And I'm kind of thinking we maybe should just do it now. Yeah, we'll just do it now. And I've got... let's see. Yeah, here we go. I've got something for that. There we go. Then we're just gonna do here, I think. And we're gonna need a TypeScript file. Just call it markdown. Import markdown. Yeah, sure. And we're just gonna export const markdown. Sure. I'm just gonna do that. I think that's how you use it. Sure, that looks fine. And then we're going to go to the backend part of this, and we're going to do the text change in here. So we're going to go... Yeah, we're going to do it on the back end. That's what we want to do. I'm now debating, should that just be done before we... No, that doesn't sound right. So we're going to go through each of these. Yeah. Make this one of these steps. Yeah, step. And we're just going to go basically that. Yeah. Close that up. Of steps equals. I'm going to import that one. All right. And then we're going to head over here. We can change this. This to just be step dot text, because it's going to render paragraphs and all that formatting stuff for us. But we need to specify that this is going to be raw HTML. and that we want included directly. Now, it looks like it should. I'm still kind of... I don't think I want this to be the text to be full width because it makes it really difficult to read. So I kind of don't want to do that. And I'm also seeing that this... what's going on here? I think there's an M... Is there an M dash in here? Shouldn't there be like spaces around it? How does it look in the original? No, no, that's how it looks in the PDF too. Okay, then I'm gonna leave it like that. Just gonna make a save point of this. There we go. Add mark down rendering. What sorcery is this? Oh, that's... Can I... Oh, I can just click it. Can I... No, that's just... I want to have timestamps on my thing. Oh, there we go. I found it. Well, KJ, it is the worst kind of sorcery. It's JavaScript. That's a programmer joke. But that amused me to no end. Oh, that was terrible. Let's see. Can I... Oh, right, because I've already... I wanted to see if I could maybe add some custom classes to this section directly, but maybe I think that's a bit difficult to pull off, if I remember correctly. I think I've gotten it to work before, but I don't remember how. So we're just gonna put it in a div inside of here instead. And this is just gonna add a bit of gap. No. X is not vertically. Y is vertically. And it didn't do anything either. So that's cool. Y did not add anything. That's interesting. It usually should. Is it called... Oh, whoa. That's not what I meant to do. Maybe it's called space. It is called space. All right. Then let's make this header clickable. But I need to have a look in my handy dandy tools. That's the H2 and that's the dev. So we want something here that kind of covers... I think if we do one of these... No, we don't want one of those. That div that's right there, is that included? And if so, how big is it? It's only as big as the H2 inside of it. Okay. I think I want that to be the whole... Wait, I have to think about this. Okay. Yeah, it's because of the padding from the... Because I want the whole of this header, basically, to be clickable. This think header. You can't see my cursor, I realize. Maybe I should make... Maybe it was a bad idea just putting you in a small window like that. Because now we can't see the same thing. Oh, wait, you can't even see when I scroll. Oh no, this was a terrible idea. Why did I think that would work? Ah, okay. I'll fix it. Let's see. Where is the thing? Here we go. We're going to call this browser. Oh no, you can see all this. Oh no, you can see me figuring shit out. Let's do, let's make that invisible. And then we'll go into studio mode. And now if I make changes, haha. So now you're just gonna have to watch me for a little while I stare intently at the screen while trying to figure out how to make this work in the best way I can. Yeah, we're not going to do display capture. We'll do window. I think that's best. Then we're going to do the browser. And it's probably called localhost something at the moment. Where is you? There are so many windows open. Oh, it's probably this. There we go. And we're going to show the cursor, blah, 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 blah. That all seems fine. And I'm going to close this. Block the here. Okay, so if we do, oh my, it's so tiny on this screen. But if I do this, this is the allowed area. Yeah. Right. Okay. But now, if I expand the window a bit, like so, and even, there we go. Okay. Sure. Actually, should I just do this? That kind of makes it better on your side. You know what? I'm going to do that. There we go. And then people are just going to have to be annoyed that it doesn't align at the top. All right, let's see. How do I just... That's how you do it. Okay. Now you can see what I see. All right. So I want the whole of this, to be clickable. The whole highlighted part, not this, just this part. But this part is the only part that's in here. So this thing is just the center part of this thing here. But I want all of this. And now I'm trying to remember if there isn't a way to fix that. Yeah, I think there is. If I go here and I make this a relative thing, then I can go here, make this, and I'll make this absolute and set in. Oop, that's not what I want. Ah, come on. There we go. Absolute inset 0. I think that messed up the whole thing. Why did it make it that big? Oh, that's interesting. Hmm. So that's just as big as before. Oh. Oh, but that... Huh. That is interesting because then the margin suddenly takes effect. Because the margin and the padding just overlap usually. I'm going off of my memory now. Because there is some padding on the outer thing. That's the dark blue, I think. I'm a bit colorblind. The dark blue section is padding, so it will push everything that's inside it. Inside of it, it's like a frame basically that it enforces on everything that's inside of it. And the yellow thing here is a margin, so that's a so the header pushes everything away where the yellow is. But usually the dark blue here and the yellow here, they overlap. So if you try to push if the dark blue tries to push something in and the yellow tries to push something out, they'll just overlap and not push on each other. But now that I've added this here, then then the margin suddenly comes into effect. Um, it's the interesting interaction between multiple things. This is why web development is hard because you just make one change and suddenly it all changes because oh these things interacted in one way before but now they do it differently. Um, let's see if we send MB0. I think that should yeah there we go. So now if you have a look at the we can do the yeah we can see the thing we added and there's no yellow thing on this anymore, and this works as expected. And including this new one that covers the whole header part. So, this is a bit of a... This is not how you're supposed to do it. But, wait, what if I just made this part of the card, though? No, because it's not really a universal thing, I think. Meh. But, what is, however, is the... To make this work, we kind of have to extract this part and put it into its own file. Um, do I want to do that? Yes, I think. Okay, yeah. We are going to do that. So let's grab the whole of this. We're gonna create a component and we're gonna call it step container. Well, it's something. We're gonna make this TS. We're gonna export let step. That's gonna be yeah. We're gonna give that a type. We're gonna say that that's a creation step like so. And we're gonna have to import this. Yep. Include that, please. All right. And then we're gonna have no, it's not gonna be exported. It's gonna be expanded. And we're going to set it to false. Yeah. And we're going to say that this part is only going to display if we've expanded and not if not. Like so. Yes. And this part right here that covers the whole thing, that's going to have on click. So when we click that, we're going to do something. what we're going to do is we're going to set expanded to be the opposite of what it was. So it toggles it, basically. And that's probably complaining that div with click handler must have an area role. Okay, that makes sense. Visible non-interactive elements with an on-click event must be accompanied by a keyboard event handler. Consider whether an interactive element such as a button or an A might be more appropriate. Well, actually, maybe we could make that a button. That would kind of just solve, because if we make it a button, we tell the browser that it's a button, and then the browser can tell keyboard navigation. If you tab through the page, it'll tell the browser that this is a button, so you can click this. And if you use a screen reader, the browser will also just tell them this is a button, you can click this. If I do not make it a button, and just like a div, which is just a generic container, or yeah, that's probably the best word, a generic container. The browser doesn't really, the browser doesn't know what that does, because it can do basically anything, because it's very, very generic. It doesn't have any kind of meaning associated with it. So if I want it to be clickable, and for the browser to recognize that, I need to tell it all this stuff. And then you can use what's called ARIA, which is a way to communicate to the browser, here's the intention behind this specific part of the web page. That while it's possible to do that, with you could just make the whole thing just all divs, all generic containers, and just tell the browser through ARIA what everything is. That is a lot of work. And if you use some of the built-in stuff from the browser in HTML, which this is, you tell it has all this meaning built in. So for example, like the H2 means this is a header, and it's a level 2 header. So level 1, an H1 is the top level header, then an H2 is kind of like a subheader, an H3 is a sub header, and H4 is a sub header. So, but there's all this meaning built into a lot of these different elements, as they're called. So by you making this a button, I just kind of tap into that built-in meaning, which makes it less work for me, and for people who use assistive technologies, it will just make it work automatically for them too. And I have to admit, I'm not really my if you call yourself a proper front-end developer, like you make apps or web pages, you should know this stuff. The uh, support assistive technologies and all that stuff. I'm not. That's not really what I do when I do my proper job. So I'm gonna blame it on that, and for my lack of understanding of assistive technologies. Petty B, yeah, you want to join in earlier? Yeah. I'm actually off work today, which is why I'm doing this. It's what is it? It's 10 in the morning for me. Ian Brown, I'd be more than happy to jump in and help out. Oh wow, are you going to open source this? Oh right. Am I going to open source this? Maybe yes. I've been thinking a bit about it. Um, Basically yesterday, because when I decided I wanted to stream today, and I was thinking about it, and part of me wanted to say yes, but because that would be a really cool community project, and part of me, I'm mostly doing this for myself, so I don't know. I've been debating it. the the thing is, I might want to, um, if I put this on the web, I might wanna support, like, you can create your own character and just save like a character sheet to the web. And if I do that, there's gonna be some cost, which means if I wanted to be like, I could set like a hard limit and say you get maximum of 10 characters. But then if you're gonna go past that, maybe I could could charge for that. But if I'm going to charge for it, it feels weird if it's open source, because then other people have contributed, and should I maybe pay them some of the potential revenue from this? I don't know. Then it gets complicated, and then that's where I kind of stopped. 4 p.m. in Perth. Wow. Time zones are weird. It's the intention from a mobile app or PC. I'm definitely interested in. There's a in my chat thing. There's like a reaction thing in the right over the text I'm supposed to read. That's poor design. I'm definitely interested in onboarding tools. That's cool. I'm on the edge of building my own or forking someone else's and based adapting it for DS. Yeah, yeah, forking someone else's and adapting it. Might actually be a good idea. I didn't even consider that, but this is mostly for myself. I just want to build this and see how far I get. It might not even turn into something. If I end up not finishing it, I'll open source it. I'll say that. All right, let's see. Where was I? I was yeah. We were clicking. That's the thing. Oh, all right. We weren't using this component. I was just thinking, why doesn't this work now? This should be a step container. Step container? That's a really poor name for this. It's not really a step container. It is a step. I'm gonna rename this. That's not how we rename things. That's how we rename things. That's the wrong thing to rename. That's what we wanna. We'll just call this a step. And head back here. And we're gonna call this a step here too. Remove that. Okay. Well, it works, but there's a lot of extra stuff here that shouldn't be here. Um, that's probably from the thing. Yeah. Is this... Yeah. Right. Can I? There might not be a elegant solution to this. I think we might just make this like a expandable card component that would solve all of these issues. This is me thinking about it. I'll make some thinking noises for you. So you know that the stream hasn't frozen. Hmm. Yeah. We'll just make it an expandable card instead. I kind of assume that it's going to be useful at some point. Yeah. Yeah. We're making it in we're just going to go back here and we're going to have a look through these components again. Card with, let's go back. Basic card, edge stitch and mobile, card with header. We'll copy this. We'll go into our components. Component, expandable card. That's not what this is what we want. I'm operating with two different pasteboards or what are they called? Clipboards? No. Anyway, yeah, I'm operating with two of them. So let's see. We put this is the header. This is the body. Why are you complaining about this being? Oh, there we go. This... No. Let's not... Let's do the same thing I did. I was wondering maybe changing that to a button, but I really don't... Well... Why not? Let's do that and see if anything complains. Not really. No, no, no. Go away, explanation. Script, and we're gonna make that line. And let expanded equals false. And when we click this, we're gonna change it expanded to be not expanded. And this is going to be shown only when stuff is expanded. Yes. I think this is right. That really... Let's see, step. So if we change this to be an expanded card, unresolved. Did I call it something else? Expandable card. Double. There we go. Insert. So we put that in the header. We remove that one. We don't need this more either. And we don't need this. Which means we don't need this. Which then... That makes us question... Should we put this in a separate thing at all? Actually, I think maybe... Let's see, how does this look now? Oh no, it's only the... Wait, what's clickable here? Just... Oh, it's full height, but only this part. Is that what's going on? Interesting. I think that's because of how buttons work in the browser. I think we can fix that with... How does this display? That's not something that's set specifically. Let's have a look over here. Am I misremembering what this property is called? No. But if we just do display block, that's what's already happening here. Is the hack just to make it full width? I think it is. Okay, let's just make it full width. Width full. No, that's not the... Oh, web development. It's such a fun ride. What is going on here? Why is this centered? Because this is centered. Why is this centered? What the... Is it because of the button? Oh, oh, right, because the button will center things. Oh, right. Ay, ay, ay. See, this is the unintended consequences of doing something that you really shouldn't be doing. You know what? We're just gonna... Okay, we're gonna go back here. We're gonna not make that full. We're gonna take this. Nope, that's not what I meant to do. We're gonna take this whole part, remove it, and we're gonna put... I think I can just put it here. Put that back in. And we'll make this absolute with an inset 0. We'll go back to have this as a div, but we're going to make it relative. That's not how you write that either. I've suddenly lost the ability to type. Okay, let's see how that works. Okay, stuff looks correct, and we can click the whole thing. Ta-da! Look at that. It turned out correctly in the end. We could, just for funsies, what's this called? Transition? Yes, and not animation. Oh, what's the syntax here? No, not expand. Slide? Oh. Import. Yeah. What are the other possibilities? Blur, fly, draw, fade, scale. Scale? Scale? Scale. No, I don't think so. I think slide's what I want. Let's see how that works. Oh, look at that. So fancy. Well, it does look a lot better. Yeah, we're going to keep that in. All right. Let's... I'm just going to save some of this work. Gonna save that expandable card at least. Expandable card. I'm going to delete the card component for now because I'm not using it, and it's easy to add it back later if I need it, and I don't want to have it cluttering my files until I need it, basically. All right. The question is, though, if we go back to this page, we just go through the steps and put them each in, but each step is going to be very custom, right? Because the step one, think, that's easy. That's just step one's easy. That's just some text to display. But the next step, ancestry, is going to make you select something, which, yeah, how do I solve that? Maybe I just make a custom thing for all of the steps. I think that's what it's going to come down to, actually. Think. Interesting. What we're also going to do is we're going to put the text in there, and then we're going to make a slot down here. And maybe we should put like we'll put this in a section thing, and we'll add a bit of space between them, with space Y, and then we'll put a slot in here, I think. because then we'll make... Yeah. That's step 1. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to not iterate over that. We're just going to go steps and take the first one. Okay, yeah. Step is going to be steps 0. And that is, of course, data.steps. Yep, that's think. And while we're at it, we'll just add up here. We'll do like step dot step. And maybe I could just stuck a space. 1, think. Should I maybe make this a bit more interesting? Items center. We'll do like a gap 4 here. And then we can put this into its own thing. And we can make this a bit larger. Like text 2XL maybe. That's 4. Does that make sense? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not really good with the visual design. Is that better? Maybe, I think. No, I don't like that. Yeah, I think that's better. You know what? I'm gonna... do... yeah. Actually, this if I add this like if I add this part, I should set a specific width to make sure um it doesn't change when it gets to 2 characters. And I think that actually made it narrower. Should we just make it 8? Just how much is 8? 2 rem. Yeah. We probably want it to be 2 rem. We're gonna make it thus. Okay. Now for my next step, and we're gonna add some extra stuff in here. So in theory, if we added like a go choose an ancestry, like so. Oh my god, it just works. I kind of like the numbers now. All right, all right, all right. Yeah, okay. I think this is good. I know there's like a spacer thing in here. What are those called? Dividers. There we go. Like a nice divider. Oh, these are all very fancy. How does this actually look? It's just a thing with a border. Wait, what? How does this work? This is with an icon. Okay. How does this... Wait, what? This is the line itself. And then they just... Do they just put the text on top of the line and the browser figures it out? Is that really how it works? Yeah. I was not even aware that was possible. Wait, what? Does that really work? Holy shit. No wonder browsers are hard to make. That just that just works? What? No. Wait, what? But yeah, that's just text. And is that really just like the line going beneath it? That is wild. Why would... And it's built... Wow. The fact that the browser just makes that work is insane. That shouldn't be allowed. That's... I never in a million years would have thought of doing that. Really? That is crazy. I can't get past that. Really? That just works? Ah. Well, mind blown. Ugh. Browsers do some impressive stuff, to put it lightly. It's gonna make this component. Might wow, what was that? Might as well. Oh, okay. We're we're in browser land now. There we go. We'll just call this a component divider. Oh, nope, that's the other. That's the one I want. And we'll allow... Should we just put slot in here just for... Yeah, we'll put slot. But we'll only display this if... Is it default? I'm not sure if it's default. We'll do that. And we'll have a look in here. Here we go. Slots. Blah, 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 blah. With slots, blah, blah, blah. If slots description. Known slot name description was provided, so the optional slot will not be rendered. Right. Slot key, that's for passing stuff up. That's something different. And whose keys are the names of the slots passed into the component by the parent. If the parent does not pass us in a slot with a particular name, the name will not be present in slots. This allows components blah 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 blah. Only if the parent provided. Note that explicitly passing an empty named slot will also add that slot's name to slots. For example, if a parent passes slot title to a child component, slot title will be truthy within the child. Okay. But what's the name of the default slot? Is it just called slot? Prop value. Where does that go? Optional fallback, blah, blah, blah. Note, if you want to render regular slot element, you can use, okay, slot name. Okay. we'll just see if it works. As they say, well, we're not gonna say it. Let's just go down here. And we'll do like think maybe there should be. Okay, let's start by putting a divider in here and see if it works at all. How does that look? Well, there is a divider. That is okay. Just to check this, if I do this and I say stuff, that shouldn't be allowed. Why does that? Well, I'm still so impressed that that works. I can't get past it. It's just so mind-boggling. Why? Why would that work? That don't make no sense. That is wild. Ah, man. Browsers. They are crazy complex. Whew. Anyway, don't include any of this. If there's not a slot, default. Oh, no. I still can't get past how crazy that is. It's not a divider here, but there is a divider here. Nice. And for some reason, there's also more spacing. That's interesting. It's because the paragraph is putting it in. Okay. There should maybe be... Wait, didn't I say there should be space between these? Where'd that go? Where did my space go? That's the thing that has a... Wait, no... Yep. Yep. That's got a thing. That's got a thing. But they don't thing each other. What if I think it's because this doesn't have any content. But if we put in an NBSP here, what does that look like? We get a break in the thing. All right. Actually, I should probably put this in like... Is that... Wait, what is... That's silent. Announce? What is that? No one knows. There we go. We don't really want that space in there, though. Uh, what do we include in here? It is the fact that there's a thing in here when we... Yeah. Yep. That's... That'll be it. I kind of want the divider to work. You know what? Let's just try. If we do this, flex, call, call, and we just do gap 8. Does that work? That works. Flexbox to the rescue. And it doesn't show up here because, man, this is so nice. Okay. I'm just gonna save some of my progress here. Let's add this divider. Add divider. And we're gonna, yeah. What's the word I'm looking for here? It's not temporary work. It's like initial work. Sure, initial work. Work on creation steps. There we go. All right. Now, step 1. That's basically done. That's everything you need to do. Just think of it. Now, what do we do with ancestry? That's going to be very interesting. So let's start with getting the ancestry from the database. That's a good place to start. Still debating whether the no, we want to do this in yeah. We want to do that on the server. Don't we? Don't we? Yes. Yes. That's the steps. Let's get const ancestries. Store get ancestries. There should be one of these later. Store. Let's make that one. Async get ancestries. Return db. Prepare. Select star from ancestries. And we're gonna order by name. Yes. That way they'll be in alphabetical order. That's going to be an ancestry. And I think that's basically correct. Can I get the table thing? No. I need to open the where the database. Yeah. Let's have a look at the ancestries table. We've got name, quote, intro, and lore. Name, quote, intro, and lore. Nice. And we're going to wrap this. We're going to wait it immediately and return the results. There we go, ancestries, and include them here. Now, there is probably an argument to be made that we could load ancestries and steps in parallel. I'm not going to bother with that, though. It's probably not going to make much of a difference. When this will run wherever if I end up publishing this, it'll run close to the database anyway, so it won't make that much of a difference. And if it turns out that it takes too long, I'll make some changes and load stuff asynchronously instead. Load a bit of it, load a bit of it at a time instead. Yeah. Okay, that's the ancestries included. I'm already starting to question my decision to do that. You know what? Let's make that a component in here. Ancestries. script. Lang is going to be TS. Oh. Um, Interesting. As you can see, it suggests what I should write here. What it's suggesting is not necessarily a bad idea. Make it a writable store, and then set it. Not a bad idea. In theory, I'm not going to do that, but that's an idea. We're going to do export let ancestries, and it's just going to be an ancestry array. I'm going to require it to pass that in. Then we're going to go back here. We'll use that ancestries and do ancestries. Going to be data.ancestries. Close that out. And now we need to present them. How do we want to present the different ancestries? In a list? Maybe? We can start there and see where that takes us. Yeah. Article. That's how you write that. Should we just use an expandable card here? I wanted to kind of iterate over all the ancestries again here, but to a certain degree, I don't know if that's possible because they're going to need their own custom handling. Like, for example, for the devil, the first ancestry, you get 3 fiend points to buy features of your character, which means that's different immediately. I mean, for the Woad Elf, for example, there's just like 3. Here are 3 benefits your class gets, or rather, your character gets by being a Woad Elf, and that's fine. But that's not all of them. And I want you to be able to select the different features of your devil that you want to have. I want the wings and the tail, one of the tail features. I want that you to be able to select those and have them show up later in like the finished character sheet thing. And I also want to make sure that you don't buy for more than 3 fiend points. But that's going to be custom for the devil. Then for the dragon knight, there you have to select one of 3 different knighthoods. Is it? I think it is. They call it knighthoods. So that's different. And I think those are the ones where you select. Yeah, I think those are the ones you select. All right. Expendable card. Sure, I can use a div. Let's make this an H3 fat actually, because the ancestry and think headers These step headers are H2, so logically, headers below them should be H3s. That makes it make sense for the for screen readers too. That's just good housekeeping. Yeah. Even in here. You know what? This is not the right level of thingy-majig. So what we want to do here instead is we're gonna make another component and call that ancestry. Nope, nope, that's not what we're gonna do either. We are going to call this devil because it's going to be the devil ancestry. This is the devil component. This is how you choose a devil. I think this is how we need to do it. Yeah. Yep. And we're gonna grab all of this because that's gonna be nice to have. We're gonna use an expandable card, not expendable, expandable. Gonna have like yeah, and we're gonna get like we're gonna export let ancestry. No, we're just gonna go. Should it just be called devil? Yeah, and that's gonna be in ancestry. Why are you not doing the right thing here? Okay. Am I writing something wrong? No. Oh, I see. Ha ha ha. It's not TypeScript. There we go. Now it works. And now we put devil.name. And if we expand this one, well, there is something in here. It doesn't really show. Oh, right. I'm a clever boy. Let's see. We need we need to actually make this. Devil. She's the devil. Devil in disguise. Anyway, and I know that it's the first one, and but I'm kind of hesitant to just put like 0 because that there's no guarantee that they arrive when I get them from the database. There's no guarantee that they arrive in the order that I want them to. I've added them in the same order that they're displayed in the rules, which is nice. Um, but there's technically no guarantee that they'll arrive in that order when I fetch them from the database. I could order them by their ID, which is like just a number that a number that increments for everything I add. But I might there might be a new version of the I don't know Woad Elf in a future version of the rules, and then that I may want to keep the old one for some reason, and yeah, that's gonna be a whole thing. So I'm just gonna do find, I think, instead, and say if you find the ancestry where the name equals devil, get that one. And if that doesn't work, we're gonna import that one. Gonna not use the ancestries component. Let's remove that. And if we now have a look in the browser, Wow, the devil. Look at that. It showed up. Now, I just realized that I've added. No, no, no. I think that's right. I've added the cursive, or the italics rather, the italics, because in the rules, there's for every ancestry there's like a small quote. Then there's a small intro that's just like a encyclopedia entry about the ancestry, and then there's like the small bit of lore that really lets you kind of, it lets you meet like the ancestry in its native habitat. uh, and the quote in the rules are always in italics, which I think is nice. And yeah, I want that to be in the in the text itself, because for the Memonet, no, not the Memonet, for the Time Raiders, it's a quote attributed to someone, and I think that also goes for, there's one other ancestry where that's also true. And there, in those cases, you don't want the whole quote to be in the italics, just like the quoted text and the attribution. Yeah, the attribution. You don't want that to be in the italics. It's called cursive in Norwegian. um. So what we're gonna add first is the. Just gonna do this. I'm gonna have a class of prose, and in here we'll add the devil dot quotes. That's gonna be raw HTML actually. This component will probably just lazy load the ancestry on its own when you expand it rather than doing it now, I think. I think that's going to be a better solution in the long run. But for now, we'll just... No, we're going to keep it like this for now. It's a better experience for the user if it just works immediately. It might take longer to load, though, but I don't think that's a really big trade-off at this point. It's not that much data anyway, really. Yeah, that is the pros. So let's. Yep, that works. We'll have to render the markdown though, and by, okay, let's see. Let ancestries. Um, Render the intro, the lore, and the quote. There you go. Oh, it's always fun when it kind of works. So that kind of works. It didn't put it in italics. I think that's because I've used underscores instead of asterisks. I think. Ancestries. So let's see. Yeah, I should probably edit this in one of these. Would this work if I did this? And this? Yeah, let's try that. Refresh. No. Is it because it's across multiple lines? That might be it. I really have a preference for which of these to use. Fresh again. There you go. Okay. That's gonna be... If I do this... No, wait, what am I doing? Why can I... Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, right here. Dwarf. Look, this is in a case where there's... Not everything is going to be... okay. Just gonna add a... Do we really need... You know what? I'm gonna save this one for later. I actually think, because this is gonna need a bit more work, I think. Anyway, double works now. Should that be a full-size prose, though? Maybe it should be a bit smaller, maybe. Why is it complaining about double? Oh, might not find it. Boom. Oh, what? um, double. Let's see. I can make this prose small. Yeah, sure. Is it medium by default? Is that the default size? Yeah. Should I just make the prose a bit smaller? Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. We'll put this in article. Yeah. Here we go. And we'll make this class flex column. And we'll add a gap of 8. That's a nice size, not nice size gap. And for my next trick, prose, just regular size. This is also going to be HTML, and this is going to be the intro. If we expand now, devil, go to hell. You know, I have a rather interesting story about that. And then it goes, the native ancestry of the 7 cities of hell, devils are humanoids with red or blue skin expressed in a wide variety of hues, from bright crimson to deep purple. Each devil is born with some hellmark: horns, a tail, cloven hooves, a forked tongue, fanged incisors, or even wings. Incisors? Incisors? Incisors. Hell is dominated by the 7 cities of hell, each ruled by a different archdevil, who constantly plots and schemes against the others in hope of ascending to the throne of hell. Those devil who join the trade, as their civil service is called, spend their days in spend their days in bureaucratic service, hoping or scheming for promotion. Devils looking for a quick path up oh, that word. Devils looking for a quick path up the bureaucratic ladder sign up for the exchange, whereby mortals in the mundane world who perform the right rituals can summon a devil, who bargains with the supplicant on behalf of their archdevil. Archdevils can grant temporary worldly power in exchange for a supplicant's soul, with the summoned devil acting as the broker. Anyway, that's a bit of a bit of reading for you. And then um and then in the end we also get the this is going to be prose, so we're going to add the story part of the whole thing. The description, but the lore. There we go. Should probably add some kind of header before that. In the rules, it just says on devils, I think. Are we above doing that? I don't think so. On devils. I should probably not be put directly into the. No. Anyway, that's how we do it now. Adelard scuttled across the floor of his basement, a heavy tome clutched in one hand, his index finger marking a page. Occasionally, he would stop, open the book, consult a diagram, look at the chalk markings he'd made on the floor, tilt his head, then bend down and refine or rub out an esoteric symbol. One of the red candles suddenly guttered out, making the small room noticeably darker. Damn it, blast, he hissed. Then he relit it. Relit it? Relit it from another candle. English. Get your act together. I remember Stephen Fry. I listened to an interview where he talked about reading reading Harry Potter, reading the audiobooks. Uh, because he did the British version. There's also an American version, which is not as good because it's not Stephen Fry. He does a really good job in the Harry Potter books. And I still enjoy those books, by the way. And I bought them long ago before I knew how shitty a human J.K. Rowling is. So I'm not going to give her any more money. But what I've already purchased, I'm going to keep and have for myself. And enjoy. I'm gonna enjoy that stuff because once I bought it, that's mine. I can now do whatever I want, and she won't have any control over my enjoyment of stuff I already own. That's my thinking behind that on that whole thing. Anyway, fuck J.K. Rowling. I still enjoy Harry Potter for what it is. It's a part of my childhood, so can't really divorce from it now. Anyway, not to get too derailed. Stephen Fry talked about reading the Harry Potter audiobooks. And I I don't remember if it's in the first book or the second book. At some point it said Harry Potter put something in his pocket, and it says in the book that he pocketed it. Put it in his pocket, basically. And Stephen Fry, for the life of him, couldn't say pocketed it. Jesus, it's he struggled. He struggled so much with saying that he contacted J.K. Rowling and asked her, "Can I just say put it in his pocket instead?" But she was very adamant that it should be the exact words that were in the book because she wanted to be like, if you listen to the audiobook and read the book at the same time, the words should be exactly the same. So you can use the one of the mediums as an aid to get through the other. So some people like to listen to the audiobook and read the text at the same time. So she wanted it to be the exact same. And as a as a small joke, she continued to put in the phrase pocketed it po- it into all of the remaining books just to trip up Stephen Fry when he did the audiobooks, which I find quite funny. Ah, which just goes to show that shitty people can sometimes be funny, I guess. Anyway, sorry, I just get a bit long. Why do you why do you want to be so bad? I just don't get it. Why do you hate people? Anyway. Or rather, why do you choose to hate people? Ah, let's not think. Let's go back to devils. Hmm. This is a lot to show immediately when you just want to do a bit of character creation. So what I'm thinking is, I want to show the quote, then I'll maybe just have some expandable sections. This whole thing is basically an experiment in how many expandable sections can you can you nest into each other before it gets too crazy. And I don't think we've reached the limit yet. But I'm now suggesting that we're gonna go on the third layer. Yeah, yeah, yep. This is this is silly. I love it though. Let's see. Expendable card, and we're gonna put in a header. Yep, that's gonna be a header. Yeah, we'll do introduction. That's fine. And we're gonna move this up here. I'm gonna put an expandable card like so, and we're gonna put in another header like so. Clean that up a bit and see how that looks. Yeah, there's gonna be I just there's a lot of levels here. Yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna have it like this. I'm just gonna This is how it will look. And I can change it later. So I'm just going to make it work. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to save this work, as it were. Add devil section with quote, intro, and lore. And what we're going to do is we're going to extract this. We're going to have a component again, this time just called ancestry. Because a lot of this is replicable. Rep, rep, replicable? Is that the word? It's the same across multiple things, at least. So we're gonna go export let ancestry be an ancestry like so. And then we're gonna change all these devils to ancestry. Introduction, and here we're gonna say on ancestry.name.to lower case. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, here's another double. Ancestry. There we go. And then, after all of that, we're gonna put in a slot right here. Isn't that right? And then we get the... Okay, that spacing. Yeah. That's probably fine. And that's basically all the work we did here. So we'll just import that ancestry. Yep. Nope. Ancestry. No, it's not that kind of thing. Oh, that is that kind of thing. Oh, that's an interesting. Um. Uh. Yeah. 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 Hmm. Oh, I know. We'll just do this. Oh, rather, actually, we'll go down here and import this. And we'll just call it ancestry container instead. Haha. Container. And you're not an ancestry container, you're just a regular ancestry, like so. Aha! What are you complaining about? Ah, and yeah. And the ancestry is going to be a double. Would you look at that? It still works. And now we get to the interesting part. So, I'm going to go have a look in the rules. You're not going to be able to see those rules. But trust me. Oh, wait. Heroic Advancement. Was this here in the patron packet? Yes. Yes? Adjusted XP advancement. XP for double speed. I kind of like that. I tried doing faster level ups with my gaming group. But what I suggested initially was whenever you level up twice. So we'll get to like... by the time we get to level 10, we'll be at level 20, basically. And they didn't really vibe with that, which is... It's fine. I just thought that would be interesting, having those bigger jumps and... Yeah. Well, anyway. On the origin of species. Let's see. Devils. Devil benefits. As a devil character, you have the following benefits. You get fiendish features. And this is the whole thing. When you create a devil character, you have 3 fiend options. No, you have 3 fiend points, which you use to select a number of the following features. Barbed tail, beast legs, exposed skeleton, glowing eyes, hellside, horns, prehensile tail, and wings. And the last one is you also get silver tongue. Okay, so first of all, let's just list the benefits, I think. Ba -ba -da -ba -ba -da -ba. A lot of this is the same across all the ancestries. Yeah. For the Dragon Knight, you get the Worm Plate, and then you choose one of the Knighthoods. But like for Dwarf, you just get like 3 plain. Hmm. 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 Tough decisions. You know what? I think I'm gonna. You know what? I'm gonna make it generic first, and then make it specific for the devils and whatever. I think that's easier. It gives me more. That's the wrong window. It gives me more progress up front, as in I get more done, or it feels like I get more done up front, which is nice. So I'm gonna keep the slot here, but I can put in my like um fallback inside of here, and I think I'm just gonna do that. And I'm not gonna use the expandable card, but I'm gonna use a card. Yes, but not just not an expandable one. Yes. All right. Yeah. I think I this could be in this could be designed a lot nicer than what I'm doing right now. This is very like generic, somewhat modern web app design. It doesn't look bad, but it doesn't look very, you know, um on brand for like a TTRPG or draw steel in specifically. What's their face? Ze something starting with an X. Um, oh, I see. Their name is like Zenthis Zathis something in the Discord. They've got like some spreadsheets. No, some styles for Obsidian where they've actually made it look like the official formatting from the preview that Matt showed on in one of those videos on X. And I should just really I should get them to make some styles for me, I guess. Uh no. Okay. Anyway, let's grab that card thing. Cards. And I'm gonna grab the card with the header and footer. This one. And we'll just make it show different parts depending on whether or not you specify that you want to include it. So there's going to be a header, there's the main body part, uh the main the main body and a slot named footer. Footer. There we go. And we're not going to include. Ooh, whoa. That was wild. There we go. We're only going to include this if slots have a footer. There we go. And we're going to close that off. And also, we're only going to include this if there's a header. There we go. And I think that's the whole card thing. Yeah. that'll work nicely. And ooh, whoa. Uh, but at this point, we also need the benefits of the ancestry. So what we're gonna do is, I think we actually have gotten to a point where we can iterate over something, but we need to return that from the backend first. First things first. Yes. Const, and we'll load the. Whew. Okay, let's think about this. Instead of doing this, we'll do 4. Oh, there we go. We'll do a for loop, and actually, could I? I just thought of something. Can I pop this out? Pop out chat. There we go. And if I put that, wait, what's going on there? Why does it think the edge of my screen is over? There we go. That was weird. I could put that over here. Haha. Excellent. Then I have chat on the same screen that I'm looking at. That's nice. Can I remove the Oh, reactions. There we go. I could just remove the thing that was in the way the whole time. It potentially be hiding stuff. Okay. That's so much better. Now chat is where I can see it. Huh. Nice. Okay. Back to the thing. Now, there's two syntaxes here. There's for something in something, or for something of something. And I think in is for objects, if I remember correctly. So for ancestry of ancestries, and this needs to be like a const. Yeah, we don't return anything anymore. And then we just manipulate it in place. This can be a const too, so it stops complaining. And also, we want this to be an array. If we do array, we see it's an ancestry, but also there's an array which we call benefits, and those are objects. We're gonna fill those in after. Import type, yeah. So let's go to the store. Ancestries. Mason get ancestry benefits for an ancestry ID. That seems fine. Let's see what is cooked up here. Await DB, prepare select star from ancestry benefits, where ancestry ID is that thing. That's gonna be that's not how you do that. This is how you do that. Then this is gonna be empty. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. And this is gonna be ancestry benefit. So let's see. Export nope. Type ancestry benefit. Um, let's see. What did I put in those? Ancestry benefits. Those have a name and a text and some options. And an ID. Name, text, options, and ID. Sure, yeah. And we got some options. I'm a bit uncertain when I don't think that gets cast in any way. That is JSON that I store in the database because options just represents sometimes the benefit have some kind of mechanical value that I capture in the options because that's going to change for every benefit. So some benefits gives you like 2 weapon immunity, and then I just add that weapon immunity equals 2. So if they end up changing that later, I can just easily update that, or at least that's the thinking. And I know that if you're a dwarf, I know that that's going to be how it works. Yeah. No wait. There's something else. We need to go down here and say that this is an ancestry benefit. All right. Now, ancestry dot benefits. It's going to be that one, and this can say that ancestry benefits. That's an array of ancestry benefits. There we go. Is that not what you return? Yes. Why are you complaining? Ancestry benefit is missing the following properties from type ancestry benefit. What? Yes, that's an ancestry benefit array. Oh, wait, what? Okay, what are you complaining about then? Yeah, but you are compatible though. We'll just do a dirty trick here. As an right, I didn't capture this as its own type, so let's do that, I guess. Sometimes you gotta fight a little with the let's call this a complete ancestry. Yeah. as as complete. That's a bad name if I ever saw one. As a complete ancestry. There we go. No, wait. Complete ancestry. Array of those. And does it allow that? Yep, TypeScript says that's fine. Not sure I completely agree that that's the joy and annoyance with working with this time system. Anyway, also, yeah, basically this. Don't need that for options, just need it for the text. Yeah. Should I just make it an inline thing up here too? I think so, yeah. We're just going to do this. For steps. Just do that instead. That might actually be a bit more performant because you're not swapping out the arrays and whatever. Again, it's one of those things that's probably not going to make a difference, but, you know, taters, taters. Then we pass the devil in disguise. And then we do the ancestry. And the ancestry says for each of the each ancestry dot benefits as benefit, we're going to do a card because we got those now. Yes, let's see what it's cooking here. Yep, it's going to be pros. It's not going to be H4 though. It's going to be H5 at this point. So we're slowly running out of header levels. Um but we'll make it. Okay, so it's complaining about the benefits. Yeah, because it's not yeah, because it's an ancestry. You know what? Let's just make it a complete ancestry. That's such a bad name. I love it. Import that instead. Don't use that one. And now it doesn't complain? Yeah, now it doesn't complain. Okay, let's have a look here. Devils. Look at that. You got fiendish features, barbed tail, everything. Oh, this is nice. Very good. Very good. Actually, these could just be H4s when I think about it, because they're not really at a lower level than the other ones. No. Well, they are kind of... there should probably be an H4 here, though. Yeah, and this one should be ancestry.name and then benefits. Benefits? What do they do in the rules, actually? No, they use title case. Yeah, I kind of prefer that, actually. So let's do that instead. We don't even need to do this. There we go. Okay, double. Introduction on double. Shouldn't it be? Yeah. Ugh, which means we kind of need to pluralize it. You know, I'm not too wild about these anymore. Maybe they should just be... Hmm. Maybe they shouldn't be cards. Maybe that's the thing. Well, this works. That's the important part at the moment. What we're going to do is... Okay, I know what I'm going to do here. Let's just save this work first. Make ancestry generic and include benefits. Okay. What we're going to do instead of these expandable cards are we're going to put in... Oh. We're going to put in the header. Then we're going to make this just a regular card. Like so. We're not going to have a header here. We're going to do the pros like so. Then we'll put in a divider, which says expand. And then we're gonna... Actually gonna wrap this in a div, because that's one of the limitations of Svelte. And we're gonna add a transition here, which is slide. We're gonna import that transition. Import slide from transition. There we go. And all of this is not going to be included if ancestry expanded. So we're going to add a property for that. Let ancestry expanded be false. No, not ancestry. That's wrong. Let's rename that to intro expanded. There we go. And then we're also going to have one for let lore expanded. Oh, expanded be also be false. And we're going to do that for okay. But we're going to make the divider clickable. They had some of those in the thing. Can I make this always on top? Maybe with always on top, on top. Float. Oh, apparently not. They had some of these dividers with title. Is that just like a... Yeah, they're just styling a title. Okay. Button text with button. Yeah, it looks like they just put a button in here. No, they do some rounding and stuff too. Let's just grab this and we'll make a new divider. A component, and we'll call this a button divider. We'll paste this. We'll drop these 3 lines in favor of a slot. And basically call it a day. Make this a button divider. We'll import that. Remove the old thing. And also, when this gets clicked, let's just surface that on click handler. Let's format this. By doing that, we expose that on here. And we say on click, click. Do one thing. We want to, which is this, introduction. In intro expanded is now going to be the opposite of what it was. Intro expanded. And this is actually going to say, if intro is expanded, it's going to say show less. And if it's not expanded, it says show more. There we go. We're going to grab one of these and put it below here. Then we're going to give the... Is this lore? No. What is this? Wait. Right, yeah. This is lore. Wow. Got thoroughly confused there for a second. And this is just going to be a regular card. Like so. And we're not going to have the header. We're going to have the prose. We're going to put this in a... If lore expanded, that's true. But we're also going to put it in a div to make it transition. Like so. Let's clean that up a bit. And this is not going to be inter-expanded. It's going to be lore expanded. There we go. Let's see how that works out. Oh. And we got an error. Line 63. This expandable card. Where? Ugh. Yeah, that's still going to be an expandable card, though. Double card. Did we remove that? Oh. There we go. All right, let's see. Double. Okay. Yeah, that kind of works. Then there's like a card thing with the thing. Yeah, that works. That's actually not too bad. I'm kind of impressed that it actually worked out at all. So, you know, that's not too bad. This is going to be replaced though because fiendish features with the barb tail and everything. This isn't, you know, this isn't how it's going to look, but it works as a general thing. So for Dragon Knight and Devils, this is not going to work. But for the other ones, it will mostly work. And this is just the default layout for the benefits. If so I can override it on individual things. Okay, that's not that system actually kind of works. I'm very happy with that, how that actually kind of worked. Okay, let's see. Let's what do we call this change? We call it improve intro and lore display. That's about what we did. And I think we're going to try to load in some more of the ancestries just to give it, just to see how it looks in general. What was this complaining about again? Oh, right. It can be undefined. I kind of hate that it shows it like this, but I kind of don't. Okay, whatever. Ancestry. Oh, and this is going to be an ancestry. I'm going to import that component again. Yep, it's just complaining with that. Next up is going to be the dwarf. So in theory, it should now show 2 when the dwarf. Yep, that works. And it can show you a bit of the lore thing. Yeah, very good. Then it can show the whole story thing. Oh, wait. Did I see something weird here? Oh, it doesn't render the SUP. That's interesting. Nor over here. Okay. Uh... Yeah, I could fix that, but I'm gonna do it later. And this looks good. Yeah. Rune carving. Right. You can carve a magic rune, and then I let you. Then I added each of these individually too. That's interesting. That's a choice. Okay. I'm not really sure what my thinking was with adding these as separate things, to be honest. I'll just keep it in for now, but I'm not really sure that's gonna last. Anyway, let's do another ancestry. Next up after the dwarves are the C. No, no ancestry on C. D. No, wait. E. E is the next one. Yep, it's the elf. First high, then woad. I think. But it's in my database, it's called High Elf. But it's the third ancestry in the rules. And then there's the Woad Elves. And after E, F, G, H, Hakan. Yeah, Hakan, because they're before humans. Which is next, I think. Then maybe it's Memenek. Oh, we completely skipped the Dragon Knights. Okay, so we'll add those in here. Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight, Dwarf, High Elf, Woad Elf, Hakan, Human, Memenek. Um, there's the Time Raider, but those are at the end. That's the last ancestry in the rules. O P Q R S T. I'm completely okay. I'll have to look at the rules then. Let's see. Devil, Dragon Knight, Dwarf, Elf, Woden High. Oh, they've actually put Woad before High. That's not so close to alphabetical, but not quite. Let's see. Elf, Woad High, Hakan, Human, Memenek, Orc, Polder, Revenant. Orc, Polder, Revenant. That's the ones that I was missing. So here, Orc. Oh, Polder and Revenant. Revenant. I actually saw someone commenting on the web um, with the ability of the polder called Poltergeist, where they hide, and they said something like, "I bet the team couldn't wait to name something a polder to be able to use the pun Poltergeist," which is funny because polders predate Draw Steel by 10 years, I think. Polder Matt came up with the word polder long before Draw Steel was even a thing he was thinking of. And also, it turns out that it's a real world word. Matt thought he invented it or came up with a completely new word. Turns out it's already a word in English, and it means like a divot or like a small lower indentation or like a small indentation in the ground, which kind of fits, but that's just a coincidence. But I always found that a bit funny. Let's see. Oh, look at all these nice ancestries, and if you expand them, it says, "Wait, where'd we go? Where'd that little son of a bitch go?" Ah! And then in the introduction, after humans, polders are the most numerous and diverse ancestry in Orden. They are not humans, but they live in and among humans. Among humans, sharing their gods and culture. Almost every human culture in Orden has a polder saint or a human saint venerated by polder. Bipolar. So the plural of polder is polder, not polders. Is it really? I don't believe you. No, it's not. It's polders. It's that's at least that's the heading on polders. So this is wrong. Every human saint in Norden has a polder saint or a human saint venerated by polders. Shouldn't it be? Is this just English striking again? I don't know. On polders. This should be plural, but I haven't fixed that yet. The three peasant, the three peasants, Jago, his wife Sarah, and his sister Beth, sat together watching the three heroes talk in the crowded common room in the inn. Well, Jackson Bootblack seemed to be doing most of the talking. This kind of shit doesn't work if it's just a bunch of rat catchers like us, the polar said. You need the people to rise up. Been 15 years since Amwin died. 15 years of fighting wolves and bandits and worse. The people welcome a tyrant after that. The people welcome a tyrant after that. They like order, you know? They adapt. If you stand on the grass long enough, it learns to lie flat, a mist coils around dying embers said. But what do you say? Eh? The polar asked her, but he glanced at Sir John staring at him. You say the people have no stomach for rebellion, Ember said. But what about you? Oh, the polar said. I say it doesn't matter much what I say. Why is he looking me at why is he looking at me like that? The polar asked the high elf and pointed at Sir John. Realizing he was being rude, realizing he was being rude, John shook his head to clear it. Sorry, I never met a polar before, he said. Are you kidding me? Jackson said. No, sorry, what are you, from the moon? Where are you from that you never met a polar before? There's poles in every fucking village and town from here to the sea. Really? That's weird. I'm from Tor. I've been all over. Just never met a polar before. Jackson looked at his friend, the high elf Void Mage. Am I crazy? You're not crazy, Ember smiled. She was enjoying watching two of her friends get to know each other. John's just never run into one, it seems. Well, we're adorable, the polar said and drank some ale. They must have been around, I guess, John said. I probably just never noticed. The polar put his drink down. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. You know, it's funny. I never have any problem noticing you big assholes. One of you one of you makes about as much noise as a cow, which I don't even know how you manage that. Anyway, that's but that's a bit of reading from the rules again. I just find this lore fun to read. Kurtz to Matt. The lore is actually quite fun to read, and I saw someone commenting that they didn't really like that a lot. We'll try that again. I saw someone comment that they didn't like that there was so much lore and so little encyclopedic like entry, that the entry was so small on that's the camera. The entry about just like straight facts about each ancestry is so small and the lore is so big. So big. Can you see my hands? Yeah. Um and I kind of understand what they're saying, but I actually believe Matt has a point when he says that by reading the lore and seeing someone from that ancestry interact with others, just seeing like a polder interacting with others, you learn a lot about polders. And I think that to be true. And some of this is exposition anyway. I mean, Jackson Bootblack kind of talks about polders in general. But you kind of get like a vibe off of him. And while I think it really, really captures the fact that not all polders will be the same. And when you see Jackson Bootblack speak, you both understand that some of these traits that he's expressing or showing off are general to all polders. They're all small, for example, and he comments on that. But you also immediately understand that some of these things are just his personality. They might not all be that, I don't know, not crass, but that direct. And I think that's better explained by doing the lore instead of just being is writing like an encyclopedic entry, because that makes it seem like they're all like a homogenous pool of creatures that all look and behave and talk the same. But we know that to not be true, but the lore entry makes it even more clear because it's very explicit that you're seeing an one individual of a polder, one individual polder, not like a um generic kind of average polder. You still learn some about polders, but you also understand it's also very clear that this is a specific one. So I think the big lore entry really hammers that home and makes it less. It makes it the ancestries doesn't seem as prescriptive, more descriptive, I think. And also, I actually kind of like Matt's writing, so it works on me. Anyway, uh that's all the ancestries in the thing. I keep coming back to the text might be a bit too big, but I think this is the recommended size for text with this screen size. I think if I launch this thingy and I do a bit of this, does that no, that doesn't make any changes. But the benefit is it's actually comfortable to read the text. You don't need to squint to read it, which I think is a good thing. I could make it this small as I did with the small quote, but I think it's fine. Let's see if all of these look fine. This one does not. The Woad Elf. Let's go fix that. I'm gonna fix this, and the next thing I'm gonna do is no, ancestries. I'm gonna fix this. This is gonna be new lines everywhere, so we're gonna need double spaces at the end of these lines, which tells it tells Markdown that you want there to be a line break, but not like a paragraph break. We also need to add some of these here, here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here. And then we add one here and two spaces, and one here and two spaces, one here and two spaces. I think that should fix it for that one. Okay, that's Woad Elf. High Elf looks fine. Hakan. Hakan doesn't look right, so let's go back and fix that. Hakan, you're here. Just that one here, and then one here. I should make that right. Let's go to Human. Human looks fine. Memenek. Memenek doesn't look right. This also needs some one of these. And then Orc. Orc looks fine. Boulder. Boulder looks fine. Revenant. Revenant doesn't work. Let's fix Revenant. And then here, here, and here. It's good though. I will suck the life from your flesh and leave you a withered corpse. The Revenant Null flexed his arms and assumed a fighting pose. He smiled. A little late for that. Wait, is that middle part in italics in the actual thing? Let's have a look. Revenant. Yes, it is. The whole quote is. Okay, so that's fixed. And then, yeah, this also looks right. These should be right aligned, aligned to the right. And I don't know if there's any easy way to do that with how I've set this up. Oh, there might actually be, if I were to, it doesn't look like the renderer that I use for the markdown supports me putting, oh, oh, okay, let's go. There are no changes anyway. But I can try to do this. How do I? No, style, and then I put in like text align. In actuality, it should be end. What? End? But you want it to the right. Yeah, well, yeah. In modern CSS, they recommend using end and start instead of left and right because of right to left languages. So start will always be at the end where you start the side that you start reading on. So if you're using a right to left language like Arabic, for example, um, text line start will make it align to the right, which is the beginning, or yeah, you get it. I don't think this is gonna work, but we'll give it a try and see what happens. Now we can turn off this the image egg, and we'll go down to the time raiders. Yeah, it just does the thing. But I'm thinking that I might need like npm markdown it HTML. Yeah, that didn't work. Oh, a lot of typos. So there we go. Markdown it. Collapsible. Ads. Nope. MD editor. Post HTML. Maybe that's just like a thing on. Let's just markdown it. Did I actually see what I was just looking for? No, that was. Let's see. Browser. I'm gonna do it over here. Let's see. Blah blah blah. Looking at, we're gonna pull this over here, and you can join in at looking at this documentation. Init with presets and options. Presets define combinations of active rules and options, can become mark 0 or default if skipped. Okay, so we can get, oh, here we go. Enable everything. Here we go. Full option list. Defaults. Enable HTML tags and source. This is set to false. We're gonna allow that. Convert end to in paragraphs into BR. Okay. Lang prefix linkify autoconvert or URL. Typographer enables some language neutral replacement plus quotes beautification for the full list of replacements. Oh, I think I know what that is. For example, in Norwegian, we use different quotation marks. So that might be it. Double and plus single quotes replacement pairs. When typographer is enabled and smart quotes on. Where's smart quotes? Okay, whatever. Could be either a string or an array. For example, you can use... Yeah, those are the ones we use in Norwegian. The two first ones. For Russian. Oh, apparently Russian also use those. Oh, we kind of use... Don't we use those also? From I don't think if we... I don't know if we use them anymore. Let's see. Quotes, blah, blah, blah. Highlighter function should return escaped HTML or blank if the source string is not changed and should be escaped external if result starts with pre internal wrapper skipped. Okay. Okay. We want to support HTML, but do we want to support it differently for different places? I think maybe yes. So should we have like a separate instantiation of Markdown it with HTML enabled? Oh, we're gonna get the effect again. I think maybe yes. We're gonna we're not gonna worry about that for, now though. So we're gonna go here. We're gonna go pass in some options, and we're just gonna say HTML equals true. There we go. We'll save that and go back here. We'll expand and have a look at the time raiders. Look at that. It worked. Yeah, it worked. No, not entirely. Okay, let's let's go back to the ancestries and have a look at this. The M dash is there, but there should be a double space. Oh, there is a double space. Oh, but it's inside of a thing. I see. But if we do this, that works. So we do that. And we refresh over here. We expand, we scroll down, we expand again. And we see that it works. It just looks weird because them... Wait. Is there... Yeah, there's supposed to be another one here. Okay. So we're just going to do this. Yeah. Is there a way to make the markdown behave like I want it to? Okay. There we go. I fear no living thing but the Time Raiders. Chief Executive Admiral Lithiri? No. Yes. Lithiri Aswandala. Aswandala. I like that name. It just sounds nice. Aswandala. I like to say it. Commander of the HOV. First get behind them. Memenek. Aswandala. I like that. Admiral Aswandala. That sounds like a serious person. You'll be reporting directly to Admiral Aswandala. Good name. I don't know why, but I just think it's funny that the Time Raiders have both foresight and 4 arms. Your mind is a formidable layer of defense. That's nice, but I feel like there should be more here. I think part of that is missing. Let's have a look at the Time Raiders. Yeah. Yeah, it's it's missing everything after the comma, which was not included. Oh, I think... No, I do not know what happened there. Okay. Anyway, we can fix that. That's not hard to fix. We just go to ancestry benefits. Here we go. And it's probably at the end. The other end. Your mind is a formidable layer of defense. Actually, we should probably edit this in the thingamajig because there will be a new line. There we go. All right, there we go. And good. Okay, we now go over here. We refresh. Wow. Now it's deteriorating quickly. How long will his ability to speak last? Okay. That works. I think it would be more interesting if they were presented in more like a card scenario or something. That could be cool. Like maybe 1x2 cards with like the image of the ancestry. Can't use the one that's included unless they get permission. I could ask for permission to do that. And when you click it, it shows the details about that ancestry below, and we click the different ones. Maybe that could work, but that's something for a later date. For now, this is completely fine. And yeah, with the Vengeance Mark, you get the following ability: Detonate Sigil. Yeah, and I've got even that added to my database. All the abilities from the ancestries. Okay, as a first kind of step towards something, this is pretty good, I think. So what I'm gonna do next is enable selection, where you can expand this and kind of maybe click a button over here or something, and that will. I'll just add a button at the bottom, I think. Far down to scroll just to select. This is just like a first draft of everything. Yeah, you'll make a selection at the bottom. All right. Well, let's save this progress. Have we got anything to save? Yeah. Add all ancestries. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm getting pretty hungry. So I'm gonna take a break and go get something to eat. Drink a bit, have something to drink, and yeah, I'll be back in a little while. I think I'm gonna be away for like maybe for like in half an hour is what I'm trying to say. Actually, this could be a bit wider. I see. There we go. Seems good. Yeah, so I'm gonna be away for a little while. Let's see. I'm going into studio mode. I'll put back on the countdown thingy. I'm just gonna have to fix the. So let's say 12, and I think if I remember this correctly, I can put 12:30 like this. Say okay. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, I'm gonna step away for a little while. I'll put on a timer for when I'm back. I'm gonna be back in 25 minutes and 30 seconds according to the timer. So I hope you stick around, and I'll see you then. And we're back. I'm getting notifications here. Ah, okay. Nothing important. I was looking for... Ah, there we go. Found it. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, let's try something here. Uh, I think... there we go. That one. We're going to... Okay. Application. There we go. Click OK. I have to say, OBS on macOS has improved a lot since the last time I tried. That was probably 3 or 4 years ago. And back then it was pretty bad, especially when it came to capturing individual windows and sound from the desktop. That seems to have improved greatly, mostly because Apple actually fixed it. Not for OBS, but they've actually implemented proper ways to capture the screen and audio of the operating system. I know one of the problems was that in Windows, when when an application plays audio, it goes through like a Windows subsystem, and OBS can hook into that subsystem and capture the audio. But for Mac OS, there's no such subsystem. They basically just produce audio individually, all of the different applications. So to capture all of the audio from the desktop, OBS would, in theory, need to figure out all of the applications that were making a sound and kind of render all that together on its own. And yeah, I understand that they didn't want to do that. But now it seems like macOS has fixed it with their new support for screen capturing and screen sharing. Actually, which version of macOS is this? 14. Because when I looked at the change log, I set up OBS just on Friday. No, yesterday, and I saw in the change log that a lot had changed from macOS 13. So it seems like the previous version really actually made things a lot better. Now we're gonna see. Let's mute that one too, and we're gonna lower this pretty far, and we're gonna play this, and we're gonna do that and that one. I'm gonna... How loud is this? Very loud. But it might not be on stream. That's true. Did it just mute because I muted it here? Okay, okay, that's not being picked up by the microphone, it seems. Huh. I can actually have a bit of sound running at all times. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna skip this for now. I'm gonna experiment with some background music later. It might be nice, it might be distracting. I know some people find it really distracting having music going in the background, especially if it has like lyrics. Oh, and by the way, the songs that I was intending to play are stream safe. They've been made specifically to be used on streams, um, for free, which is nice. Um, actually, oh, let's do this. Makes it a bit bigger for you guys. Okay. we've got ancestry listed, and I think we're gonna add like a button to say I've selected this one. And usually I would set up some kind of not system, but somewhere to store this. But for now, we're just gonna put it in the page and just store it as a local variable here. Mostly because let's see what I'm thinking here. What am I thinking? Selected. That's not what I wrote. Selected ancestry. Should we just? We'll put the ID in there. I'm just gonna save it here for now. I've made uh like a table in the database for saving this, but I haven't like put up anything on how to create like a session or there's just too much around that. We're just gonna make it work now. So select ancestry 0, and then we're gonna pass in. We're gonna change this to be just a regular ancestry at the moment, and we'll just remove that one. And it needs to be ancestry, like so. And I think we're gonna go in here. And we're gonna this article includes all the benefits. Is there really a no, okay, yeah. This is the one. Yeah, so we want to be inside of this. And I'm gonna use a card here. And we're gonna add in a button of some sort. So I'm just gonna add a button first of all, and I would say select. So in theory, if we now go for like the dwarf, it says on the bottom, oh, why did I choose an ancestry with this many options? I just like vote elf, easy, select. Here it says select, and we put it in a card. We can make it separated a bit from the other things, and we need to style this button because now, oh, it does actually have the hover effect, but yeah, we're gonna go in here and actually add a div and have that flex, but we're gonna justify towards the end, like so. But let's go here and grab a button design. Buttons. I think this is a bit big, maybe. I kind of like these, the size of these. We got primary buttons and secondary buttons. And we got icon buttons. Circular buttons. Should we maybe just prepare? Okay, if we go into code here, I'll I can just copy over this one type of button, like so. And we'll go in here, make a component for that. Component button. We'll paste in the button. Button. Script lang equals ts. Nope, that's the one. And we're gonna, yeah, button text is gonna be slot, and we're gonna fix that formatting, and we're gonna also receive what kind of variant we want to use. And those can either be primary or uh, default. And it's going to default to default. Which kind of makes sense. And we're gonna make style, I guess. Yep, that's the thing I want. And remove that one. But those styles might not be correct, but we're just gonna grab this. And this was the primary button, yeah. So we're gonna paste that in here. Then we're gonna go back to the browser, look at the secondary buttons, and just grab that class definition. There we go. And we're gonna put that... Oh, I did the wrong thing, didn't I? Yeah. We'll just switch them around after. Okay, and that's gonna be the default, and that's gonna be the primary. There we go. So when we select default or primary, it's gonna go and select one of the two different classes thingy majigs, and then we're gonna use that as the class. So if we now go back here, we have a button. We'll just switch that out for a proper button. I say proper. And we'll make it a primary button. And if we now go back and have a look at one of the time rater, select. There we go. Boom. Clickety click. Doesn't really do anything yet, but you know. um, do we have like a disabled version of this? No. Maybe we hide it once it's selected. That might be a thing. All right, let's go back up here. And this is the header. And if we make this H3, we make this inline. And we make this flex. And with space between... no, that's called justify between. We then add another thingamajig at the end here, like so. That should not disrupt anything. Doesn't look like it. And this is the ancestry component. So we accept another property. Yeah, selected. Doesn't need to be defined as Boolean once we have false as the default value. And inside of this, if selected, yeah. Sure, that can be some text. And we also need to define an event. And I've actually kind of forgotten how to do that. So let's see. Event. Yeah, but we actually want custom events. Is that what we want? Custom event? What's this? No. On event name style prop. Wait, you can also pass styles as props to components for the purposes of theming. With CSS custom properties, Svelte's implementation is essentially syntactic sugar for adding a wrapper element. Slider bind value, min 0, rail color black. Oh, that's nice. I didn't know that. Or if I did, I'd completely forgotten. Yeah, yeah. Interesting. Cool. But not what I needed. Special tags. Debug HTML const. Defines the local constant. Const area. Box with... Oh, that's nice. That might actually be useful in some cases. How about that? What's register? Removed in Svelte 4. Require hooks are deprecated and current. No understanding is blah blah blah. Ah, okay. It was something for. Okay, I see. But what? It's called something. Create event dispatcher. There we go. Where is this located in the docs? Oh, Svelte runtime. Okay, that makes sense. Creates an event dispatcher that can be used to dispatch component events. Each event dispatchers are functions that takes two arguments, name and detail. Component events created with create event dispatcher create a custom event. These events do not bubble. The detail argument corresponds to custom event.detail property and can contain any type of data. Yep. Mm-hmm. Events dispatches from child components can be listened to on their parent. Any data provided in the event that was dispatched was available in the detail property of the event object. When the event was dispatched is available on the detail property. Right, so when you listen to the event of the detail gives you what's in the detail. Okay. Events can be cancelable by passing a third parameter to the dispatch function. The function returns false if the event is cancelled with prevent default. Otherwise, it returns true. Create dispatch. Oh, so it doesn't continue. Interesting. So you dispatch it, and if it's cancelled, it stops. You can stop the processing. You can type the event dispatcher to define which events it can receive. This will make your code more type safe, both within the component when calls are flagged, and when using the component. Types of the events are now narrowed. See here how to do it. Oh, that's interesting. Events can be typed with create event dispatcher. Dispatch. And you can define that the does not accept a payload as a required string payload as an optional string payload. Oh, so you can I see. So you can dispatch an event and it doesn't have a payload. Oh, that's really handy. That is quite good. I don't know if I knew that from before. Okay. Anyway, we need to create import create event dispatcher. And then we can instantiate one of those. Dispatch. I think we're going to call this create event dispatcher. That's nice. And in here, I can define what kind of events I want to support. So select that the imperative mode is usually used. Select, and it's not going to pass anything. There we go. Okay, and then in here for the on click, we are going to ignore everything there. We're just going to dispatch I'm not really sure what doesn't recognize my handily created. What did I write? Depatch. I see. That's not how you write that word, though. There we go. And we need to define the event. Let's select. And it complains because argument type string is not assignable to parameter type any. Yeah, it kind of is, though. um, Event map.key. Yeah. Okay. So once we've added that, we can go back here and listen to that event. So we're going to create like a common handler for this. So we're just going to call it like const. Sure, let's call it handle select. Let's take the. Let's call this the ancestry ID, just to be very explicit, and set that to the selected ancestry. Yeah, that seems good. And let's handle this on select. Wow, this is so nice. Actually, we're going to do this for all of them, basically. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to go here and create multiple cursors. That makes it go a bit faster. Here we go. Look at me, speed programming. Okay, and we're going to call... No. Yeah. Handle select. And we're going to call that with an argument of of 1, we could say. Sure. Yes. No? No. Ooh, we actually want the... yeah, this is not very elegant. Ancestries dot... No. Data dot ancestries dot find. This is so bad. A dot... No, wait, what? Yeah, A dot name equals thingamajig. Yep, that one. And we are sure to find it, and we pass the ID. That's so bad. Oh no. Uh well, you can't be proud of everything you make. Okay, so the fill. Oh no. Uh dragon dragon knight. Oh no. Uh uh um what's the next one? Dwarf? Yeah, dwarf. And this is high elf. Oh, height elf, actually. High elf. High elf, that's when you've got a lot of HP. You got a high elf. Woad elf. And what's the next one? Hakan. And then it is human. And then after human comes come on. Oh, Memenek, yeah. I was thinking of someone before the Memenek, but that's not how it goes. No, not after Memenek, we got Orc. After Orc, we've got not Revenant, but Polder. Poor Polders, I always forget them. Then it's Revenant. And last, and certainly not least, Time Raider. Or Raider. Raider. There we go. What are we complaining about now? Object is possibly undefined. Yeah, it shouldn't be, but it's possibly yes. It's really bad. And also, we're gonna have to do that again, and we're gonna handle uh selected, and that's gonna be true if selected ancestry is, well, we know the selected ancestry over here, so why wouldn't we just? Oh no, no, this is even worse because oh no, 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 this is bad. Okay, this just gets worse and worse for every no. Uh, you know what? You know what? The ancestry component knows the idea. Okay, you know what? That's a lot better. Okay, let's undo all of this because that's just a crime that we can admit to have done. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to do that, yes, and we're going to say on select. Yeah, we're just going to do handle select like so, and oh, I did the thing, and we're going to go to the end here, and we're just going to say selected. Uh, yeah, this is not. Mm, this isn't really clean, but it works. So let's do the thing that works. Um, yeah, we'll make this. We'll make this 0, and we will create a calculated property that will automatically update once if anything changes, and we'll call it is selected. This is not pretty either, but yeah, that's the one. If selected is equal to the ancestry idea, this one is selected. Yeah. And this one actually passes a number, which will be the ID that has been selected. So go here. This now shows an error. Nice. And this is going to be the ancestry.id. There we go. It's not a okay. You keep complaining, but yeah. Can I like just say that this one's select? Does that work? Wow, wow. Okay, I thought WebStorm would have figured that out of itself. Oh, anyway. What works, works. Are there any errors now? No? Comma expression. Okay, yeah, that's probably true. Sure. Comma expression. Nice. Why are you complaining then? Ah, because you took a number, but that's not right either. Uh, this should be. Let's see. How do we? Yeah. I know now. This is gonna be detail, and we're gonna get the detail, but we're gonna call it ancestry ID instead. ID. There we go. And sure. Can I give it a type though? I don't think I can. This is a number. Would be kind of rad if that had worked, but no. That's number. Yeah, that is interesting. But this works now. Yeah. This, however, do not. Can I import hook server? Wait, where are you? Okay. Why are you importing that in here? Wait, what? Oh. It imported a thing for me. Right. So, if I go down here and click select, does it select the thing? No. No, it does not. So now the question is, which part of this is not working? Let's see, if we just log that we've gotten something here, ancestry ID, for example. And if we open not that one, what does that do? Oh, interesting. If we go here and open this and look at the log, and we click here, and we go to the time reader, for example, and go select. Yeah, that doesn't produce anything. Okay, so that's somewhere to start. Let's go into Ancestry and see if we get anything from here. We do the dispatch. I'm just gonna go away. Do a console log in here and say select. Okay, let's go back, time reader, select. Select. Okay, so even this click is not working. Okay. Oh, I know why. Silly me, silly me. All right. Let's remove all of this. And let's go into button. Was that the right button? That was the right button. And we need to pass on click from this. Aha! Now it should work better. Let's go back here. Time reader, scroll down, click. Click. Refresh. Expand. Click. Interesting. Click. No reaction. All right. We do send the dispatch of select. And then we go to page. And we have a look here. On select. We handle the select. And we don't even get this log. Maybe there's something wrong about this. E. And let's just do detail. Details? No, that's in details element as number. Let's see how that works. Or if it works at all, really. No. What am I doing wrong here? Now I'm actually confused. On select, handle select. Yeah. That sends it up here. So it looks to be wrong from the get-go, basically. Actually, this should probably be inside of the slot. But yeah, okay, we'll get back to that. No, we'll just provide a way to do some validation. Yeah. Button primary on click. Does this work even? That is kind of the question. Let's see, dispatch. There we go. And then just do it like a console log and say select. Okay. Okay, so that works. Whew, okay. Good to know something works here. Let's remove these here. So presumably, dispatch is called with the select thing. I'm not using... right, because this thing. Um, but it doesn't look like that's me. Oh no. Oh no. Let's see. It's selected. There we go. And if we set this to 1, shouldn't the devil be automatically selected because that's ID 1? But apparently it's not. And I thought it would be... Wait, where... Shouldn't it say selected in here now? Font semi-bold, text gray 500. Yeah, it looks like it should be visible. That is interesting. Okay, what if I just write something here? Selected. Okay, that shows up. Great. And if I remove this, it also shows up. But selected. But is selected. It evaluates to false. And also the width is wrong here. What is going on? And also, why are these not aligned correctly? Oh man, there's so many small things that go wrong sooner or later. Why? What is happening here? Oh, the H3 is getting frisky. Okay, so if we set the margin at the bottom to 0, that clears that up. Okay, that's better. But also, that's the div. Why is it not being any wider? Is it because of the pros? Yes. That is actually it. I see. Do we need to add another layer here? Yes. Basically. Yeah, I'm fine with that. So we'll just add another layer, basically. And we'll add a class. Well, no, we can't. Actually, we could just. I think there's like pros fuchsia. Wide? No. I thought for sure there's like a don't do the width thing. Just go bananas. Okay, I need to look that up. Tailwind seasons. Pros. Max W Pros utility gives an element the max width optimized for readability and adapts based on the font size. Yes. But I don't want that one, though. I want basically the opposite. Pros width. Width. What's this about pros in here? Another place that is important is when using modifiers like pros headings that are included in the official ordering stacked modifiers. Okay. Okay, let's do pros. Plugins, typography. Learn more about the typography plugin. Yep, got those. Yep, those are the ones. Adapting to dark mode, dark pros and vert. Element modifiers. Overriding max width, that's the one. Max W none. Aha. Max W none. There we go. And if we now have a look at this, that should make it expand all the way. All the way over. Excellent. We are very pleased with this outcome. But now we have another interesting problem. Why is this not? Does not this work? Because it should. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do a console log of. Let's do selected an ID which is just ancestry.id. I'm gonna have a look in here. Selected is always 0. That is interesting. Especially considering that the default value should be... No, because it's 0 in the fucking... Wow. That is an interesting... Yeah. So, if we go up here and actually set this to 1, that should work out. Now everyone's selected. No, wait. Devil selected. There we go. Devil has been selected. All right. Now that we know that that works, let's remove that. Let's try to figure out what's going on with the select buttons. So we want to change the time rater. That clearly didn't work. We know it looks like it's not catching the dispatch thingy. So we're in the ancestry, and we try to handle the on select with handle select. Is the problem that it's called select? Is that the problem? Select ancestry. 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 We now go back here. And we for all of these. Ancestry. How does that work? That did not work either. Do we get anything in the logs? No. Well, this is interesting. What what is going on? That is so strange. I feel like I'm doing the right thing here, and it's not working. And I find that weird. Okay, if we click the time rater, we're just gonna do like a custom thing. We're just gonna, first of all, we're just gonna log something here. Console log time rater. There we go. So if we go down here and click on the button, it should trigger the time rater thing. It does not. That is interesting. So the event seems to get lost. We know that the on-click works. Is it because I'm dispatching in here? This is so strange. I don't get this at all. Is it because I'm dispatching inside of this? Is that the problem? That seems weird. No. They do that in the documentation too. That shouldn't be a problem at all. And I'm creating the event dispatcher right in here. Yeah. This is strange. This is... button on click. The only thing I can think of is maybe the context in here is wrong. Okay, I'm gonna try to just move it up here because it doesn't really cost me anything, as it were. So let's do const handle select dispatch select, and we're gonna make that one of these. Dispatch select ancestry ID, and we're gonna rename this select again because I like that better. It's gonna make that freak out, so we're just gonna fix that. We're gonna go down here, and this is just gonna be handle. No, dispatch select is gonna handle that. Okay, then we dispatch over there. Once we get up here, this is no longer select ancestry. This is just select. And we handle select. Whoops. Handle select. We go in here, and we log, and we try to set the detail. Whew. Okay. I think this is going to fix it. And it does. Wow. Okay. I actually figured out what was wrong. So, if anyone was wondering why it didn't work, I can actually explain it, funnily enough. This is a component that I've made called button. That's why it has a uppercase first letter. When I added the click thing a click handler directly in here, I used an anonymous function or like an arrow function. The thing is with those is that they inherit this context of of where they're called. No, yes, no, no. That's not right. The way I put it now. The thing is anyway that this inside of that became um it ended up executing inside of the component, and because the events created by dispatch does not bubble, it only it kind of dispatched from this button and then got to the ancestry component that I'm currently in, and the event just stopped there. So to fix that, I call this local this function inside of this component instead, which then makes the dispatch event happen inside of this component, which then lets it go one level up and make it work. So if I turned on for this to be actually be bubbling, where bubbling means that it goes through all of the components that's nested inside of each other, that's usually what JavaScript events does, but or rather DOM elements do. That's usually what they do, but in the case of these events, that's explicitly been turned off. So that's that's what's biting me this time. Right. So if I go here now, okay, this doesn't work either, is it? But we're getting okay, yeah. But if we go to something else than Time Raider, if we go to Revenant, for example, and we select Revenant, it should select Revenant. There we go. Okay, it works. Excellent. And if we have a look down here, it shows us the object that we got from the select event. And we can see, yeah, here it says cancel bubbles. No, false. And detail is 11. Right, that's how I thought it was set up. So if we now go back to this page, go down here, change this back. Can I just do this? Yes, I can. And I go up here and we handle this event directly here. We're just going to switch out this E for we just want detail. And we want detail to be known as ancestry ID. And then we can just use that here, ancestry ID, and just cast that as a number, and it should work still. So now the devil's selected, but we want to be a dwarf. So we go down here and we select to be a dwarf. And if we go back up, we can see that dwarf has not been selected, because why would we want to be one of those instead of a devil? That is actually a good question. Okay, you win some, you lose some. Why did it work just a second ago? That's the question. That is the real question. Okay. We go down. We're gonna be a Dragonite this time. Oh no, okay. Now it stopped working. Why did it stop working? What the why? What did I what's going on now? Okay. Doesn't it like when does it not like that I do this? It should let me do that, shouldn't it? Or is it doing something else in there that I don't understand? Dragonite. I want to be on those. Select. No, that doesn't work. That is strange. Well, I can use E. It's no problem. E to detail. Does that work? I want to be a Dragonite. No, I can't be a Dragonite. Select the ancestry. Did I? No? And I... Wait. Did that... What? Huh? I managed to ruin it again. How am I this good? All right. No, we're not calling handle select anymore. Oh, I see. Aha, I find it. I found the culprit. I undid it a bit too much earlier. There we go. Okay, so now let's change a lot of things at the same time, because then it's more annoying when we have to figure out what went wrong. Ancestry ID. Take away this. We do ancestry ID as a number. There we go. Yep. We save. We click. In here, we want to be a Dragonite for some reason. And it works. Yes. Finally. I was lobbing back and forth and a lot of uncertainty, but now we got it. It's selected. Yeah, sure, we'll do an else and an if. And this is supposed to be in here. And this should just be basically the same span that's at the top here. Where did it go? That one. We'll just copy and paste that one for now. So if we go into dwarf, we want to be dwarf instead. Scroll down, click select, and it's now selected. There we go. All right, all right, all right. And dwarf is selected. How wonderful. No, actually, we want to be one of these. Now, let's save that progress. As we do. Add select button and indicator. Indicator. I kind of want to try to make it so that these get minimized when you open a new one. So if I have the dwarf one open, and if I open the Dragon Knight, the dwarf one should close and not stay open like this. So I think I can make that work by dispatching another event, and we'll call this open. And it doesn't send any data. Oh, that's in the expandable card, right? That's what expands. So we'll let this have the, okay, import, the, yeah, create event dispatcher. Yeah. Const this. Okay, interesting choice. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. And we'll just make this one of handle expand toggle. Yeah. Okay. And then when we click, oh, sorry, King Gurk. Hello. And me ma. Let's see. This process is fascinating to me. I know nothing about programming. It's like magic. Well, the thing about programming is it is a bit like magic, because you got to use the right incantations to get it to do the right thing, and also kind of like, well, kind of opposite of magic, because I usually when magic's portrayed, it's usually you try to do a thing, then you do the thing, and something wild happens. You know, oh, I didn't realize that this incantation would also do this thing. But with programming, it's kind of the opposite, because the computer is actually pretty dumb. It does exactly what you tell it to do. The problem is that it's really hard to explain what you want it to do in very precise language. There are some great short videos on like make instructions to open a jar, or make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and just to say put jam on sandwich or on bread is not sufficient, because then you just take the jar of jam and you put it on the bread and done. No, no, no. You need to open it up. You need to scoop out some jam, and that's kind of how programming works. And yeah, it's a live. Kinker says it's a live John. Is this a third party thing or a second party character that MCDM has mentioned? Oh no, no, no. This is not the. This is just me doing a hobby project. If MCDM is interested, they can contact me. But no, no, no. This is just my thing. Um, although that would be actually be kind of interesting. No, 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 no. They've got. I assume they have someone lined up that they're interested in. Magic is like programming with a library you don't understand. That's kind of true, actually. uh, someone mentioned that considering with the assumption that programming is a bit like magic, someone mentioned that computers or actually processors like the CPU of a computer is actually just a rock. It's silicon and not like silicone, the mushy stuff, but silicon, which is a mineral. And we've basically made the rocks think. So their argument was that we're programmers are basically just like rock wizards. Uh, that trick a stone into thinking and making it do stuff. um What was I? Oh, completely lost my train of thought here. Let's see. What are we doing? We're doing some click thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Expand toggle. But without those. And when we do that, we want to expand, but oh, I think we want to. Oof. Urgh. Hmm. Because what we want to do in a way is to send an event that says, "I'm now gonna open. Please close first," and and now I have to think. Events in JavaScript, they're put in like a queue and handled later. No, they're handled immediate. No, that's timers that I'm thinking of. I think I'm thinking of timers. Or do they do the same? Oh man, I can't remember. Um No, because it shows in the documentation of Svelte that I can check whether this has been cancelled. And if it has, that means that this is handled synchronously, which means this will be executed after this has been handled. Okay, so if we notify that we've expanded inside of the expandable card, then the ancestry component can listen to that and say, "Oh, the thing inside of me has been expanded. I need to make sure my siblings also know that I'm about to be expanded." So it can send an event from itself to its parent, which can then notify all its siblings and make them close themselves. But if they are to close themselves, they need to have a way to do that too. Ah, this is very. This is a lot of work. There's probably some neater way of doing this. Yeah, you could just use a central store basically and use that and use the ancestries. But they don't have a way to. We haven't we haven't exposed a way to manually. That's not difficult. This is a lot of thinking that you're not privy to. I'm just trying to visualize it in my head, what I'm trying to do and how I can make it work with as little effort as possible. So if I just think through it for like 2 minutes, I'll save myself 20 minutes down the line. I think we're going to use a writable store, which can be shared between the ancestries. And when we do that, we also have to make the expandable thing exported, and then the ancestries can handle it between themselves. Yes, okay. Whew. That was a lot of thinking. I'm not made for that much thinking. Let's see. We'll export this. Export. Which means that we can change this from the outside, which is something we want. We could make it an event, but I don't think I want to. It's easier just to make it a bindable property. Yes. I'm actually going to make this one window I have a bit narrower to more easily show the chat, which is the problem last time because I didn't see people writing in chat because I covered it with a window. Okay. Take a bit of coffee. It's my favoriteest cup. It has a TARDIS on this side. Oh, it's a bit dirty on this side. And it says Time Lord on this side. And you can't see and I can't show you because then the coffee will spill out. But in the middle of the cup, there's like a small TARDIS that sticks out. And it almost, and when I put it in my coffee maker, it almost covers the TARDIS inside of it. But not quite. And I actually think it's supposed to be used for tea. But I don't drink tea. I tried multiple times. I even bought like fancy tea when I was in the big city. But I didn't like that tea either. I asked for what do they call it? I asked for I asked for tea that would be easy to like if I liked coffee. And they gave me some and it was fine, but didn't really inspire me to drink more tea. Still got some left, I think. But I really tried, and I try to be scientific. Even I experimented with how much water to how much tea I should use, and wrote down the I weighed it out like with a scale, and measured the water and really made sure that I tried to figure out what kind of mix do I like, and I ended up figuring out that I don't like tea. What was it? Yeah. Let's see. We can just. This is basically just an. Yeah. A big expandable card. So we'll just call this expanded, and it's going to start off false. False. That's not how you write false. There we go. And then we bind that to expanded here. There we go. So when we expand, this will change. And when that changes, let's see. We also want to receive uh, expand. Not expanded, but we want. What do we call this? This is the. What do we call this? It's a store. It is the expanded store. it's it's the expanded ancestry store. Expanded ancestry. expanded. Oh man, naming things. I kind of have to make it make sense too, so I remember why, what it is. What this is the thing that tells me which of the ancestries has been expanded. So of course, this is the it's the expanded ancestry. I can't come up with a better name, so we'll just call it that. I don't really like the name, but and this is a writable of number. Yes, and we'll have to tell it what a writable is. Phew, it's apparently called something else now. We'll figure that out soonish. Let's go to page, and we'll say let expanded ancestry. Actually, this should be above this. Feels more right. And this is the expanded ancestry, and it's a writable. There we go. And it is 0 because none has been selected. There we go. And now for every ancestry like this, how about this? Yeah, there we go. Revenant and Time Reader. We're gonna add selected ancestry is gonna be selected ancestry. Oh, oh. Where did I end up now? Okay, okay. We're just gonna make it this selected ancestry. There we go. That's all fine, except that it's the wrong thing. Jesus, this is this is going to be the expanded ancestry. There we go. That's the right thing. Okay, okay. Yeah, yep. And now, why does it not know what a writable is? If we just go here and import it, import that in here. You should know. Did I write it wrong? No. Ah, but it complains because that's not actually the type. It's called it's a writable with a big with an uppercase W, of course. That makes a lot of sense. And now, for my next trick, whenever whenever expanded changes, whew, okay, this is going to be interesting. Okay, let's write some stuff first. I think this is how. If expanded equals selected, whether or not this should be expanded is if selected is equal. No, that's not right. uh, if writable, no, if expanded ancestry changes, I need to set expanded. Okay, let's write that first. if expanded ancestry is not changes to be not equal to this ancestry's ID, expanded it's set to false. That is correct. If but also let's see, if expanded is set to true, we need to set expanded ancestry to ancestry.id. And I think this is an else if. Let me think about this. So this code block will trigger whenever expanded or expanded ancestry changes. Right. And if expanded ancestry is set to true, that means we've just clicked on expanding devil. We set the expanded ancestry to the devil's ID, which makes them all, which will notify me back that it has been changed. And if it's not the same, we will close ourselves. Yes. I'm trying to figure out if there's going to be a loop here. Because if I set this, if I set expanded ancestry to 1 and my ID is 2, that is going to set expanded to false. I don't think so. We're just gonna have to give this a try and hope it doesn't loop. Okay. Is this gonna work now? Let's see. Expand devil. Okay, that worked fine. Yep, yep. And if we click this, yeah, that doesn't work. Oh no, we're in a loop. I think it happened. Yep. The whole thing. Stop. We ended up in a loop. Exactly what I predicted. Ah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think this solution is gonna work. Um, this is inside of Ancestry. So what we can do is we can change this. We can change this to tell its parent when it's been expanded. We could just let that bubble up through also. And if we do so, okay, we're gonna reset this. Let's just remove all the stuff we did. Because now it just gets too confusing if we keep it. Let's first go to expandable card. And we are gonna expose the expanded, so we can close and open and close it from externally programmatically, because that's useful. And we're also gonna add the event, because that's really useful. Create event dispatcher, and we're gonna make the dispatch thing. Yep. And we're not gonna call it select, we're gonna call it expand. It's not gonna add any data to that. And we're just gonna go handle expand. So that is also gonna have to expanded is gonna be the opposite. Yeah, there we go. And we're gonna change that in here to be handle expand, like so. And that's gonna make it work just the same as before. Yeah, all these still work just as they should do. But we now added the ability to respond to it expanding. Yeah, great. Let's add make expandable property and add event. Right. So we got that thing fixed. Yeah. So we now know when the expandable card gets expanded inside of here. So I think that we're gonna handle expand in here too. And we're gonna dispatch another event. We basically end up with what I didn't wanna. Well, actually, we can just do on expand like this. That just makes it bubble up. Yeah. And if we do this, export let expanded. Expanded? Yeah. It's false by default. And we could just bind that right here. Bind expanded. Like so. I don't know why I didn't want to do this the first time around, but this feels better. Yeah. And now we just this is very manual passing of events and properties, but it doesn't feel wrong so far. So we'll continue. We'll just we'll just stick with it. Um, okay. Now we gotta. Now we gotta think for a bit here. Mm-hmm. Oh, right, yeah. Uh, let's think about this for just a quick second. Will this work? Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 ba da ba da ba. I think so. Ah, right. Actually, I don't want to do this. We want to do handle expand because we want to rock you. We want to dispatch something here. We wanted to expand, but we're gonna add the ancestry.id. We're gonna add that to the Options up here. Ancestry, and we're going to pass in a number, like so. No, not ancestry. Expand. There we go. I'm going to expand that. And then, once we need to handle that over here. Handle expand. There we go. So once it expands, it notifies the page basically, and if we handle the expand in here too, handle expand. Yeah, basically. But in this case, we're going to set let expanded ancestry. We'll make that 0 initially. And we're going to set that expanded ancestry. Okay. So what we do is we go here. Actually, we go over here. And choose this. Yeah. And we say on expand, handle expand, and then expanded is true when expanded ancestry ancestry equals the number basically. But what we did with selected was that we rather pass that down instead of the thing going up. Yeah. This is interesting. We're not going to bind this after all. We're just going to go expanded is true when expanded equals ancestry.id, basically. Yeah. And this is going to be 0. Will this work? Devil selected by default. I think that's true. Oh, right. So if I expand Dragon Knight, does that close when I do this? Oh my god, it does. That is cool. Look at that. We got it working. No, wait. Yeah, we got it working. Yeah, it works. It works. Jesus. And if I do select, it gets selected. Wow. It's all coming together. All right. Was that worth it? Maybe. Maybe. Questionable, I guess. Let's see. Let's do one of these and have it clean it up a bit. Clean it up, clean it up. I didn't... Well, it made it shorter. Easier to read, at least. Alright. Debatable whether or not that was worth it, but it works now. Alright. What was the thing we changed here? Make collapse other ancestries when one is opened. Yeah, that's basically it. All right. So first, you think about stuff, then you pick an ancestry. I'm still not sure about the text not covering the whole width, but it gets so unreadable if it's too wide, so I don't want to do that either. I don't know. Anyway, we're upholder now. You're upholder now. Whoa, whoa, you're upholder now. What time is it? 2 o'clock. Oh, wow. Well, I'm probably gonna go for another hour. Then I'm gonna end it there. Then I've been live for 6 hours. That should be sufficient. I'm kind of debating whether or not I should implement the selection of specific benefits now or later. Because with the devil, for example, you get fiendish features, and you choose 3 points worth of features or benefits. No features, fiendish features. And I've made preparations for that to work and for me to implement that. But I'm kind of debating, do I want to do that now or do I want to do it later and rather move on to culture? Because if I move on to culture, that could be um that feels like progress, right? You're moving on to a new thing, which can be good, and then I can come back to this later and kind of feel, I want to fix that now, and kind of come back to it and make it work properly then. But on the other hand, I've basically got an hour left, and should I just continue with Ancestry and get as far as I can with Ancestries, and then just say, that's how far I got, and that's it? How do I want to do this, though? If I were to add selection now, you got the thing. Hmm. Hmm. Let me think here. Um, okay, I saved my progress, did I not? Yes. Okay, so for the ancestries, I've put it in the options thing. How does that actually look? Um, I put in the options thing that the the fiendish features you can select between are marked as like children of the fiendish features thing. So I can visually represent that if I want to. And I've done the same for Dragon Knight, where Draconian Rush, Draconian Guard, and Draconian Pride all have, like, they're noted as children of knighthood. So I know which one belongs where. I'm thinking, and I'm thinking hard. Is there any reason why I would want to not have a custom thing for this, for rendering those? No, I don't think so. All right. Okay, let me think about this a bit more. I think we could do something here where we keep the, let's move this, get a bit more space to see. We Okay, I think we're going to try something here for the, should we try the Dragon Knight first, actually? Because that's easier, because that's just choose one of these three. And then we can kind of evolve onto into the devil after. Which is a bit more complicated. Not much, really, but it's a bit more complicated because you got the 3 points that you need to distribute. And you need to make sure that you're not buying too much and all that stuff. All that good stuff. You see, that's a problem. We don't want Dragon Knight to run off once we click it, do we? That's not desirable at all. There might be a way to fix that. I kinda... You see, this is why we use the saving system, right? Because now we added all that complexity, which we don't really want anymore. Because I don't like how that behaves. And I could fix that and make it so that it stays in view while it scrolls and all that jazz. But it's a lot of work and it's not really worth it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go here. And we're going to say um, automatically closing ancestries. And then we're going to go back on this one. Going to reset to here. and go back a step. And now they don't collapse anymore. But we still got the code. We still got the changes that we made saved away. So if we want to bring them back at some other point or continue the work we did later, we can do that. All right. let's give this selection thing a try. So what we want to do is I created a special one for the devil. I think I'm going to do the same for Dragon Knight. So I'm going to create a component, call it Dragon Knight. And what that's going to do initially is just, we'll take the page, we go down here and find Dragon Knight. We're going to copy this first. Paste that in here. This is going to be lang equals ts. And then we're going to do some imports. That's just going to be export let ancestry, and that's going to be a complete ancestry, like so. And then I'm going to remove all this, and this is just going to be a direct, just pass that straight on. And we're just going to pass on select, and we're just going to export let selected. Sure, let's just make that 0. And we're just going to pass that directly through, like so. So that's going to make this new Dragon Knight component work exactly the same as the Dragon and as the Ancestry one, which means I can do this, and it continues working as before. Hopefully, going through here and here, we can see all the same stuff. We can expand and read about the Dragon Knights, and close to not read about them anymore. And yeah, good. So the next step is, oh, it's not switching tabs in the browser, that's for sure. Inside of the ancestry, we allowed ourselves an opportunity to switch out this part, this which says slot. So slot is where the content of this is where we can put in whatever we want. As a fallback, it just lists the benefits of the of the ancestry. And we're going to do much the same, but we're going to do it a bit differently. And I'm now debating how I want to handle that. I think I'm just going to copy this as a start. Yes. Yes, I am. Okay. So I'm just going to copy. Yeah, you can save that tag. There we go. I'm going to go here. I'm going to do this and this. And if I've done things correctly, that should change nothing. Look at that. Looks just the same. Excellent. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to have a check. First we have to see, when it comes to this ancestry thing, let's just print that and see what it contains, because I think it returns some of the stuff as text. That's a chunky thing. Let's see. Let's expand that object. And can we... No. But here, benefits. I'm interested in, especially number 2 here, I think. The options. Oh, no, that was 0. That was null. That's not... Options. What? Wait, what? Name. Wormplate. Yeah. Wormplate is first. Yeah. That makes sense. But options is a text string. Right. So we want that to not be the case. So what we do then is we handle this on the server, I think. I want to prepare as much of the data on the server side as I can, so that the client side doesn't have to do that much work with to make the data into the shape that it needs to be, basically. What's this? Oh, wait, what? Why does it show? Huh? Does it? Oh, that is an interesting way to show a graph. I'm just looking at. Okay, that's that's interesting. Uh, okay, let's see. Inside of the ancestry benefits, right here. Should I just do a check to see? We're just gonna do. Well, it's the same thing basically. Options. Ooh, we're gonna change the type of this, aren't we? Not really. Hmm. TypeScript's not going to be a fan of me doing this. It works fine in JavaScript, but TypeScript's not going to like if I change the type of that field. Ooh. I think... this is gonna... That's the ancestry benefit. And we're gonna expand that too, I think. Probably some TypeScript that's gonna yell at me now. Well, I'll just have to hope we can fix all that after. We're gonna add another property to this, and it's gonna be ops. Sure, why not? And that's gonna be a record of string any. Yeah. Well, it's actually going to be string or number, so we can we'll just put in that then. Number. Yeah. Let's see. Why are you complaining? Oh, because we need to do the same thing as we did up here, just above. Let's see. As blah. Probably just extract this as a separate type 2 then. Yeah, this one. Give me that. Export type parsed ancestry benefit. I'm gonna add that. Yeah. And then we're gonna say the same here. Parsed ancestry benefit. All right. There we go. No problem. So, benefit.opts. Blah. Don't really like that. Yeah, JSON parse. And no, it's going to be options. There we go. So the parsed portion is going to be, yeah. Should we just... No. That would make it even harder to make the TypeScript work. Okay. So we're now back here in the Dragon Knight thing. And we're gonna... I've listed the ancestries. I've listed the ancestries as... how do I... The options for the specific benefit are listed as children of the main thing that tells you that you select one of the options. How do I make sure... Hmm. Hmm. Right. Oh, yeah. I've got an idea. Let's see. If I do ancestry dot benefits, and I want to sort those. Oh, we got a new function here. ToSorted. The ToSorted method of array instances the copying version of the sort method. It returns a new array with the elements sorted in ascending order. Right. So that the ToSorted does what you actually think sort does. Okay, that makes sense. This isn't really going to change though. Let's just call this benefits. We'll see if we have to change it to something else later. And we're gonna actually make a copy of this. And we're gonna get two things here, A and B. And A is gonna be a benefit, and B is also gonna be a benefit. And we need to figure out how they are supposed to be sorted in relation to each other. So what we're going to do is we're going to sort all the okay, we need more lines to work. Okay. So we're going to call this sort, and it's going to be a dot. We're going to sort them by we're going to sort them by their parent. So if our parent is the same, we're going to sort by ID after. I think that makes sense. Oh, I just gotta try it, I think. So, okay, let's see. Parent ID is oh, no. A parent. No. A sort is a dot opts, if it exists, parent ID. And if that doesn't exist, you're going to use A's ID. And that's also true for B sort, like so. And then we'll return A sort minus B sort. So, let's see. When I get to worm plate, that's gonna have ID. That's not gonna have a parent ID, so it's gonna fall back to ID, which is 1. So it goes. So it goes first in the list. Yes, because you do. And the next one is gonna be knighthood, which doesn't have a parent ID. So it uses an ID and it has 2, and then it does 1 minus 2 is -1, which means A goes before B. Then it gets to the first knighthood option, and that has a parent ID, and that is 2. And it compares that to the previous one, and it realizes those are the same. And because this is a stable sort, all right, okay. If it's a stable sort, they won't swap places, but I kind of want to make sure that I'm not relying on that. Because that might not be true later. So if if those two are the same, and the only reason that should happen is because no, that's not true either. Oh, wow, this is difficult. Right. Because what I'm thinking is, if you sort them by ID, you kind of want to sort them by parent ID first. You know what? I'm just gonna try this and see how it works out. It might not, but you know, it's worth trying. um, yeah, this is gonna be a number, and this is gonna be a number, and we're just gonna believe that to be true, and we're gonna make this just list the benefits, and we'll see if that changes anything in the ordering. No, which is good. um, uh, how do we? What I'm saying here is basically order the children as if they were the parent, which will put them after the parent as long as the parent has a is yeah. Uh, what I'm trying to figure out then is if parent oh man, this is some really head-wringing stuff. Complete stop in my mental faculties here. Okay, I think what I want is I just I think okay, let's see. I think the first thing to do is to just sort them by IDs. Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to go like this, and we're going to say a.id minus minus a b.id. That's going to sort them by ID. That's just a good start. I'm probably going to have to make some kind of order thing later, or maybe like alphabetically or something. I don't know, but we're just going to do that for now. And after I do that, I'm going to do a reduce, and yeah, there's going to be an let's see, there's going to be an accumulator and a benefit, just as it suggests. That's the weird thing to do. Ac benefit And what are these? And what we're going to do is we're going to make one of those. We're going to make this an array. I'll start out with an empty array. Actually, what we're going to do is we're if 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 b dot opts dot parent ID is actually a number, which means that it has a parent, then we're going to return -1 immediately. If not, yeah, we need to do number over here. Here we go. Here we go. So we try to make that a number, and if that works, we're going to return -1 because, let's see, compare function specifies a function that defines the sort order. If omitted, the array elements are converted to strings, then it's sorted according to each character's Unicode code. The first of the comparison, to sort it. Method, okay, it returns a new array. Okay, so if we look at sort, okay, we're gonna get that over here. Baseline widely available. In place and returns the reference to the same array now sorted. The default sort order is ascending, build, blah, blah, blah. Compare function, a function, first element that will never be undefined, then it will never be undefined. It should return a number where a negative number indicates that A should come before B. A positive value indicates A should come after B. A 0 or not a number indicates that A and B are considered equal. To memorize this, remember that AB returning A minus B returns ascending order. If omitted, the array converted to strings, blah, 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 blah. Right. So the number, so negative number indicates that A should go first. So if B has a parent ID, it should always let A go first. Yes. That means that all the parents will be sorted first in the array, and then everything else will come after. Right. Which means that when we get to the reduce function afterwards, we know that the first things we will get are the top level ones. So if we get the parent ID of the benefit, and if there isn't one, if there isn't a we'll do like a number conversion also, just to make sure. And if that's not a number, parent ID, if that isn't a number, then we're just gonna push I'll just take the suggestion. We're gonna push the thing to the we're gonna push the benefit. Yes. not assignable to never. Yeah, well, whatever. We're gonna fix that after. No, we're not gonna push that. We're gonna push benefit and children, which is an empty array. And then if we do get a parent ID, we're going to the accumulator to find the benefit where the benefit.id is the same as the parent ID. Sure, we can have this as a backup, but I don't really think we should end up here. But we will do like the we'll do push the benefit and the empty children array again as a backup, and then in the end, no, that's always going to be the case. And parent children push, and then we're going to add the benefit. Yeah. And that doesn't like that it doesn't know what kind of array this is. If I do new array, what do we get? And that's going to be benefit. Call that is complete. No. A parsed benefit, ancestry benefit, and that's going to be children. And that's going to be parsed benefit array. There we go. And you don't like find because... Yeah, but ACK is... Oh, right. We need to return some stuff here. We return ACK. There we go. Okay, now that should work. We assume. So we go down here. We go through each benefit of benefits as benefit. And we add a card for the benefit. Benefit dot. You know what? Let's just call this B. And B dot benefit and B dot benefit will give us what we want. And then we're basically going to take the 7 same lines and we're going to do another one of these. Each B dot children as sub benefit. That's an interesting choice of words. Yep. Gonna paste that in. Gonna close that up. Each sub benefit, and we're gonna do SUBB, and the same goes for this SUB. And what's also interesting about these is that they are going to be a bit indented, I think. So we'll just do like a div, and then we're just going to add a bit of padding to the margin, like what's it called? Left? Yeah, like 4. How does that look? Dragon Knight. that didn't do anything. So that's interesting. I mean, it didn't move. It didn't change anything either. So either it doesn't work or. Okay, let's see. Do we at least add the thing around these? No. Can't see any trace of adding the extra divs. I am in the right file though, yeah. Dragon Knight, yeah. Should be. This is a sub benefit, and it should add some extra margin. It doesn't even add the button divider. And then it's got like sort of like Draconian Rush. That's the header, that's the body. But it doesn't add the extra thing that I wanted. Why does it not? Let's just refresh to make sure that we're seeing the most up-to-date version. Looks like we are. Let me just double check that nope, there are no errors. So this should, in theory, be what we ordered, but it is not. At least it's not what I thought I ordered. Now we're back to the thing with the computer does what you want it to do. It's just very hard to tell it what you actually want it to do. Okay, that's ancestry. Yeah, okay. We got that. Is there some late binding going on here or something? Maybe we should make this like a calculated property. Does that make a change? No. There's like no indication at all that we're actually rendering something different than what's included by default, which is interesting. Well, one easy way to figure that out is to just change the heading, I guess. So right now it says Dragon Knight benefits. But if we call this like Dragon Knight awesomeness, we should see a change if it works. Okay, that works. So okay, so something works. Okay. But what if we we make this sub benefit name and it says 3 exclamation marks at the end. Does that work? No. No, it does not. Okay. That's interesting. Why does that not work? Can't it do nested eaches maybe? Is that a problem? Hmm. What does... Can I just log benefits here? And see how that looks? Do I get that here? Is that the log that I asked for? Yeah. Yeah, this is clearly not correct. Wait, is it that the benefit is wrongly let's see, with one of the latter ones. The array is empty. Number 2 in the array should have children. It does not. But if we look at the name of this is called knighthood. And if we look at one of these children, which should have opt set, yep. Parent is number 12. Yep. And it is set. So opts parent ID. No, it's called parent. Oh my god. Well, that's a relief. That means that something is working. Why have I not called it parent ID? That's not what I would have expected. Benefit. Oh, time flies. Have I done this for all of them? Let's have a look. We need to go up. Parent. Okay, so I've called them all parent. I think they should be parent IDs. Because that's what they actually are. So we're going to fix that now. Because I'm going to... If not, I'm going to either be annoyed that I haven't fixed it, or I'm going to forget and regret. So we'll just fix that now. Because very clearly, my assumption is that they should be ID, a parent ID, and not parent. Because what is it referring to? An ID. The ID of the parent. There we go. And we go here. Add ID. Do you have any? No. You have a parent, which is number 12. Exactly the one I'm actually working on right now. So if we just fix these up. Make these right as rain. Let's see. It's just ability. Here, another parent. Oh, there we go. And another one. No. And I've called these ability ID, so I apparently like the idea of calling them IDs at some point. Okay. We've updated the database. So now if I have a look, yeah, and if I refresh and I expand the Dragon Knight, I see a difference. We see a difference. There's the exclamation marks. There's the thingamajig. It is working. All right. What have we got? We've got like 6 minutes left of this stream. So now that it works, okay, let's remove those extra exclamation marks. We don't need those anymore. We know we got shit working, and we're gonna add that indent a bit, make that a bit bigger. Yeah, that is exactly what I want. Basically, yeah. Should it be even more? Just to make it clear that they are... Oh, it's very... You see that line, they change the... Yes. All right, so I've now managed to demarcate which are parents and which are not. Now the question becomes, should I just do this on the back end in case... I'm kind of leaning towards that being the case. I think this should maybe be done... Yeah, I think so. Let's spend the last 5 minutes doing that. Let's remove that log line and copy this and put it in. Just put it in here. That's not very elegant. There we go. And we're gonna have another type. Are we really? Yes, I think so. um, Parsed ancestry benefit with children. It suggests as a type name. That is horrendous. That is really bad. You know what? We're just gonna call it a parent ancestry benefit, and that's a parsed ancestry benefit with children. Yeah, yeah, that's basically it. And that's actually gonna be a parent ancestry benefit. And we're gonna name these benefits. And this is gonna be the ancestry dot benefits field. Ugh. So for each benefit in benefits, we're gonna make that work. And then we go through them again and sort them. Let's just put these on. I thought it would automatically put them on new lines, but you know. I think we're just going to do the map here. Yeah. We're going to do the map here where we get the benefit and we do the render and thing here and return B. Let's do that. Okay. So benefits, we go through, we render the markdown, we parse the JSON, and then we sort them by whether or not they have children. And then we check if they have a parent ID, and if they do not, we just push it as a parent. And if they do, we find the parent and we push it into the parents. Yeah, okay, and if you don't find the parent, we just push it anyways. That's the fallback. That could probably be simplified, but I'm not going to bother with it now. If not, we're going to push it as one of their children, and then we're going to return that one. And this is an array of this is actually an array of parent ancestry benefits. Yeah. Which means what we're pushing here is actually this. And this is not going to be beta benefit. It's just going to be b.id. And this is going to be a spread too. Yeah. There we go. That simplified some stuff. Is there a reason for this push, basically? Couldn't we just say benefit dot children equals let's empty one of these? No, because it doesn't have one. Ah, okay, whatever. We'll just do like this. And that gets mapped onto the benefits of the ancestry. So when we get to this point, they're already sorted as they should be, which means we just do ancestry dot benefits, and we just need to do this. And this is a sub benefit, and I think that should work. Aren't getting any errors, and if we look in Dragon Knight, they are still sorted correctly. Okay, nice. Yeah, I much prefer doing that on the back end. All right, great. Let's see. That's not even related to the... Okay, so we got two changes here, basically. We've got the change on the back end, which is sort sub benefits after their uh, put sub benefits as children. And then this other one is actually that means that I should probably crap, I should do this here too, actually. So if we go to just the ancestry in general and to this thingy majig right here, should just paste that in, and that should be a benefit. And now this might actually just work for like the dwarf too. Heyo. Look at that. Cover magic rune onto your skin. Yeah. And that just, wow. That I just made that work automatically, magically. Okay, let's see. So in the site of the ancestry, we're just gonna amend that to the previous commit, I guess. Yeah. So the custom handling aren't that custom yet. um. That was a lot of work to just make it not different at all. But the next step is going to be making it possible to click or select the different knighthoods for the dragon knight. Add custom component for dragon knight. And save. Right, okay. That's gonna be it. I'm 5 minutes on overtime already, I see. I've been streaming for 6 hours with a 25-minute break. So that's gonna be enough for today. Not sure if I'm gonna stream when I'm gonna stream next. I'll have to see. I might stream I might stream in the evening my time, which would be afternoon for Americans, basically. But we'll see. We'll see. I'll um I'll end it there, and I might work on this offline and without streaming. And if I end up streaming more, you'll just have to jump in wherever I've gotten. All right. Thank you for coming along for the journey, I guess. I'm not really sure where I would end up. I ended up in further along than I thought, actually. I'm happy that I ended up implementing the general ancestry stuff first and specializing on the devils and the dragon knights next. Because that way you always feel there's always a feeling of progress moving forwards. So that's great. Well, anyway, uh, thank you for um, thank you for watching, and I hope to see you next time. Snackes.